Yeah.
Testing, testing.
Oh, he's got his thumb up. Oh, you could hear that.
Sorted. Right. And then so he's on mute. Just ask him to just say something.
Alan, can you just say something, please, just to test it?
Yep, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
So yeah.
Right, good evening, everybody. Time to commence. Well, minutes after time to commence, but never mind. Right, first emergency evacuation procedure. I'm not expecting any fire alarms, but if anything does happen, fire exit to your left or at the rear here. Apologies for absence.
Apologies have been received from Councillors Hope, Mackenzie and Windress. Councillor Arnold will substitute for Councillor Mackenzie. No substitutes have been received for Councillors Hope and Windress.
Right, thank you. Do we have any declarations of interest? I'm seeing no indications. No, right. On to item 4, the minutes of the last meetings. We've got some slightly amended minutes just to move one of the items where Councillor Thackeray left the meeting. We discussed it and then he rejoined it. So you should have those on your desks. I'll move those as a accurate record from the chair. Yeah, and Councillor Cleary, thank you, seconded. Can I take that as general affirmation? Yes, indeed. Thank you. Right, urgent business. I have no urgent business, not that I'm aware of anyway. Item 6, schedule of items to be determined by the committee on pages 10 to 11. And therefore we will move on to items 7 and 8, which we will combine on pages 12 to 52. And hopefully Alan will be on the call somewhere.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Hopefully you can all hear me. Yeah, so yes, items 7 and 8 presented as the one presentation. The applications were deferred at the October meeting of Planning Committee to allow for a site inspections to take place, which took place on the 8th of November. There's no updates to the published reports, and the applications are resubmissions following the withdrawal of earlier schemes. The redundant chapel is a listed building which has stood empty and unused for a number of years and is in a dilapidated condition. Rydal District Council has a statutory duty to have special regard for the preservation of listed buildings. The proposed alterations are those necessary to facilitate the conversion and do not detract from the special interest of the listed building. It is considered that the proposed conversion provides heritage benefits and contributes to the mix of housing available in this service village. The proposal represents a suitable long-term sustainable use of this heritage asset in compliance with the primary legislation referenced in the reports. It's recommended that several conditions are imposed to ensure no material harm to the living conditions of neighbours. As the reports conclude, there are no objections from Highways or the Building Conservation Officer, and the applications are recommended for approval. And if we can now just move on to the presentation itself, and I'll just run through the slides just to remind members of the site. Obviously, the application site is the chapel itself and nothing else. To the rear of the chapel, to the south, is number 1 Chapel Close. And to the north, on the other side of the main street, is Glebe Cottage, and to the northeast is May Farm. As you can see, there's agricultural land to the east of the site, which is grazing land for sheep at the moment. The application site is within the development limits of Staxton. So if we can move on to the next slide, please. This is taken from the main street facing the front elevation of the chapel, just showing its relationship with the residential property to the rear. And the next slide, please. Again, front elevation. You can also see the eastern elevation of the chapel, which is the side wall where it's proposed that a new window is inserted. In terms of the frontage, there's no changes in terms of existing openings, and there's no roof lights proposed. Moving on to the next slide, please. So this is looking west down Main Street, so facing the east elevation. So members will recall from the site visit, this is obviously the first floor window would be in that wall, which would face onto the field. The distance between the chapel and the number 1 chapel close is 6 meters between those two buildings. Next slide, please. And this is showing the western elevation. There'll be no changes to this side of the building, although there would be a single roof light in the roof slope in that part of the hipped roof. And the next slide will be showing the back of the chapel. So this is the south facing rear elevation. These windows would be restored and would be obscure glazed and fixed non-openable windows to ensure privacy of the neighbours. In the rear roof slope, there would be 2 conservation roof lights. They would provide light to the landing and staircase. All roof lights would be above head height, and that would be secured by condition. And I think there's a couple more slides. So again, this is just illustrating the close proximity of the chapel to number 1 chapel close. And the next slide, just to show some of the historical detailing on the building, just the date stone above the door, 1847, sorry. And the next slide, please, is the final slide, and this is just showing inside the chapel when we were last able to access it. Obviously, it's in quite a dilapidated state, and there's quite a lot of work to be done there. And I believe that concludes the slides. It might be just worthwhile just going back to the aerial photos, probably as a useful slide to show. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Cleave.
And I did raise at the site meeting the window on the east elevation. It's something I've sort of, and I think I did mention at the time that I thought the an arched design would have been preferable. I've sort of slightly relaxed, eased myself on that. I just wonder, Alan, whether the officer is, or the conservation officers, as I know we mentioned very briefly yesterday, I just wonder for the benefit of the committee what the details and the outcome of that conversation was.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Cleary. Yeah, the conservation officers provided comments on the withdrawn scheme and then obviously on the current scheme, and the building conservation officer has sought to have an opening that is a modern intervention that clearly reads as a modern intervention. I have informally discussed the option of having an arched window in the side elevation, and I think provided it was recessed and still appeared as a modern addition with quite a sleek dark frame with no glazing bars or very few glazing bars, that would be something that wouldn't give rise to objections. But I think the position of the building conservation officer has been that if it was a replication of the existing windows, that wouldn't be something that she would support.
Councillor Thack.
The members want page 24 location plan. There's a red line around the application site, which is the building. The question, one of the questions I have is, who owns the land, i.e. the strip of grassland between the building and the road and the highway? As having had previous experience of planning applications myself, I think it's interesting to determine whether it belongs to the applicant or belongs to North Yorkshire County Council. Because if it doesn't belong to the applicant, the next question is even more interesting. The application form in reference to pedestrian, one of the questions is pedestrian and vehicle access roads and rights of way. Is a new or altered vehicular access proposed to or from the public highway? Vehicular access. The answer to that question on the application form is yes, but I personally can't see where this appears on the actual drawing. Next question, vehicle parking. Of special interest to me, actually. Does the site have any existing vehicle cycle parking spaces, or will the proposed development remove any parking spaces? The answer to the question is yes. Total proposed spaces, 2. So I don't know if members want to pursue this application any further, because I can't see how, with the information we've been presented, that we can determine this without a little bit more information, really, because I personally can't see where the parking spaces and access to the highway can occur on a site where the footprint of the building is the footprint of the site. So perhaps the officer would like to answer those questions for me, please.
Yes, in terms of access, there is, the application site relates to the building itself, so that there is no access proposed. There is no areas external to the building that would provide any parking for vehicles or bicycles. So cycle parking would have to take place within the building. So yeah, in terms of the land to the front, it's Highway Verge, and Highways have confirmed that they wouldn't support any use of that, and that has been omitted from the application. So any parking provision would have to be on the public highway.
Can the officer then explain to me and to us why the application refers to the creation of 2 parking spaces?
I know during the course of the application form has been amended. I would have to check the latest version. I know originally the submission did contain errors, which were, as far as I understand, were corrected. So if you just bear with me, I'll just have a quick look through the application form.
I think, Alan, if I could just add, clearly there are some things on the application form that don't follow in terms of the plans. It's the plans that we would be conditioning, and the description of the development proposed. I don't think the description of the development includes any access from the highway. So I think in terms of a decision, it would be that the plans are conditioned, and the decision notes have the description of the development. So we wouldn't be, the application form is not something which would be the basis of the description of the development and the condition plan.
Sorry, Chair, I can't hear. There's some interference. I couldn't hear what Jill was saying.
All I'm well, all we're saying, it's been fully consulted on. The Highways Authority don't have any objections to the application. The description of the development for which permission is sought is accurate, as far as I can tell. and the location plan and plans, which would be conditioned as part of any permission, are what we would hold the applicant to. I think clearly, if there is an updated version of the application form that isn't on the system, that's something which exists, but it looks like there've just been some mistakes on the application form that aren't consistent with what we're actually being asked to approve. But what I'm saying to you is any decision would be that as the description of the development proposed, that's what we would be given permission for, and we'd be conditioning the plans that you can see. And the plans are very clear that there is no car parking spaces and there is no access from the highway.
Right, Councillor Cleary.
I wonder, would it help? I mean, it depends whether the committee is minded to approve it or not. But if the committee was so minded that there are discrepancies in the application form, clearly, as we've been told, the actual information that relates to the application is clear enough. But it might be as well to include an informative alongside the conditions to say that any application in no way gives any kind of permission for parking other than there is no parking on as part of the application, and that any verge crossing is no more than what exists currently, as an informative. Just wonder if it helps to move the determination on.
That sounds eminently sensible to me, and clearly there is access to the building anyway. Do you want to come back on that, Jill?
I think that's something that we can do. As I say, any decision, if members are minded to approve it, any decision would be very specific about what permission is granted, and that is the description of the development and the approved plans.
Right, well, that sounds satisfactory to me. Right, any more questions? No, right. Well, I have two speakers on this one, or three if we include the LBC. So first is the objector, Mr. Peter Elwis. Have we got Mr. Elwis? I think you've done this before. If you'd speak into the microphone, you have 3 minutes, and I'll give you 30 seconds when there's 30 seconds to go, rather. I'll give you notice of that.
Is that on now? Yeah. Can I clear up first of all the land registry plan, as I understand it for this property, is the exact square of the build. The verge is a highway verge with a pedestrian access only. I represent the Stonehouse family, and I think the neighbour will speak after me. Rydell policy is obviously for conversion of chapels to make an alternative use, but obviously with regard to residential, Rydell and the council must have regard to outside space and safety for play, for provision of dustbins and modern day facilities for storage of items, outside items. And this property doesn't have any of those facilities. Within its conversion, there are also problems. Where are the site huts to be located? The WC facilities for the workers, the health and safety for scaffolding, etc. It is also my understanding regarding windows and door openings that existing windows and door openings should be used. It is evident that this large picture window that is proposed on the eastern elevation falls outside that premise, and also it changes the character and form of a listed building. also, I think, surplus to requirements, because if you look at bedroom 2, it's exactly the same footprint. It has 2 windows. Each bedroom has 2 windows. It is not necessary for one in the gable end. I had put details for number 1 Chapel Close, but the owner will speak on his behalf. My clients realised that the future for the chapel has to be fit for purpose. There are no outside provisions, and perhaps it ought to be used for converted for the good of the village, or for alternative small commercial uses where periodic parking and things of that nature are facilitated, but not for a permanent residence. If it goes ahead, it will have a large impact on the village, with parking and the inevitable encroachment onto the village verges, which will result in further litigious situation through enforcement procedures, in my view. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Elwes. Right, I think I will take the next objector from application 8, which is Mick Lepper. Right. You also have.
Is that all right?
Yeah, you've got 3 minutes, and I'll
Right.
give you a warning when you're down to the last 30 seconds.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak at the meeting. We live directly behind the chapel, and the proposed changes will significantly impact on us. We believe that current plans are inappropriate for the building and its location. The change requires significant structural alterations. The proposed roof lights and large side window will result in significant visual impact and light pollution at night in a rural area. For ourselves, the light from the proposed roof lights at the rear will have a direct impact on our bedrooms. Natural light is available in the building in all the rooms and on the stairwell, looking at their plans, without the need for extra windows, especially as the rear windows are no longer being bricked up as was originally proposed. The plans propose to create a 2-bedroom dwelling in a building which is only 6 metres from an already occupied home, which directly faces it. Sound disturbance is likely, particularly in the evening. With no outside amenities and such close proximity to neighbours, we believe a 2-bedroom dwelling is not right for the building, and that it will negatively impact on our enjoyment of our home and gardens. Thank you very much for listening.
Right, thank you, Mr. Lepper. We now have Claire Harvey, the applicant. It's the big button at the front. Yeah. Is it lit up? That's it. You're ready. You've got 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. Hope those of you that were able to attend found the site visit useful, and I hope that you saw what we see. It's a beautiful building, it's in a lovely village, but it is in a terrible state, and it needs saving, and it needs saving fairly soon. Without repeating all of the previous points, just to pick up on what has been mentioned, the application now does not contain any parking on the verge or use of the verge for any other purposes. That was taken out. As regards the gable end window, you are allowed to have additions to listed buildings, but they do need to be done carefully. And the whole point of it is that it looks like an addition, that you're not trying to fool anybody that it's part of the original building. So we did take the Conservation Officer's advice on that, being dark and well recessed. It will only overlook the land, it won't overlook neighbours directly. So there's not a privacy problem there. no one else thus far has come forward with a credible plan for the building. It needs some investment. It needs a lot of work, you know, to bring it back. If it had been wanted as a village amenity, then I dare say in the 30 years that it's been empty, something would have been done about that. The council would have perhaps purchased it and turned it into a village amenity. To look at small commercial purposes, that would actually cause much more traffic and disruption than a small 2-bedroomed dwelling. Again, looking at light pollution from windows, skylights, etc. The skylights actually form part of the building regulations for ventilation. So discussions with the architect is they are there for a purpose. Again, like you say, it's going to be self-limiting because of the size of the building, the occupancy of it. And I dare say that people will go to bed at night and switch their lights off. They're not going to be up at 3 o'clock in the morning having a rave with all the lights on. The insulation of the building will take care of a lot of the sound transference. So again, I can't see that impacting a great deal on the neighbours. We have looked at the plans again, made concessions for the
30 seconds to go.
objections. And as I say, it needs saving. I can't see any other viable alternative other than the one we've put forward. And therefore I would ask that the council approve our application.
Thank you very much. Oh, could you just turn the microphone off again, please? That's all right. Right, okay. We don't have a member for the Staxton area. Does anybody want to kick us off? Yeah, if you would do, Councillor Cleary, thank you.
Yeah. It was, as ever, it was useful to go and see the spot with the planning hat on. So many of these places you know quite well, but only in passing. And certainly this is one of the many places that you think, I know where it is, but I've never studied it in isolation as part of a planning. So it was good to be there, and it was good to meet the Stonehouse family, who very kindly put up a mock-up of a window that showed the scale of it. I can see how neighbours would feel threatened, I suppose is the word, because there's something happening there that for a long time nothing's happening. But and also the fact that it actually doesn't, in some respects, it doesn't actually make sense that there is no outside space, there is no car parking space. It's happened before often with these chapels, and people just have to get on with it. A lot of potential problems have been raised to us, but those aren't planning matters, those are civil matters. It's been suggested quite naturally that in fact it will make a very good village facility or communal facility, but that's not in front of us. We have to look at the application that's in front of us. So on balance, I will move approval. I can understand it is a balanced proposal, because I can understand how because how neighbours might feel that it will create be awkward for them. But though that there are protections for any nuisances that might occur, and we're looking at something that might occur, and hopefully it doesn't do. But that again, hark back to the thing, that's not a planning matter. As far as whilst you're in the build and where people park, that is something, it is actually awkward. And now I'm thinking about it, because very often we have a condition in terms of contractors' vehicles parking on the site. Paisley, that's not possible. So, the applicant and whoever the contractor is, that's something that they're going to have to work with. If they create a problem on the highway, that's a police matter in my estimation, not a planning matter. So again, I will move approval on balance. I don't know whether I will have it seconded. I'd be interested to see what the rest of the debate goes as. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Councillor Goodrick.
Thanks, Chairman. I have listened to all the arguments that have been put forward this evening. I want to just pick up on one or two things that were said. I haven't seen any evidence been provided that there might be an alternative use for this building, and it's been empty for some considerable number of years and nothing's come forward. It's a listed building. We have a duty of care to bring that building back into use, and this is what's come forward. I've looked at the light impact for the roof lights, but looking at the drawings, the roof lights are well above head height, so you would have no visual, no vision out of that, unless you were stood on a chair or a step ladder, for goodness sake. And from a light point of view, it'll go up, not out. So I've looked at it carefully. I've considered the fact that there's no off-street parking. Well, when it was a chapel, there was no off-street parking. And if in its heyday it had 20 or 30 people in it, they would park all the way down the street. So I just don't see the big issue about there being no off-street parking. And if you live in a flat, you don't get any off-street parking very often. So, you know, given it all in the round and careful consideration, there's only one thing I'm not happy about, and that's the window in the East End. I really don't like a vertical window. I would much rather have seen a arched window, more in keeping. You can make it definitive by doing it slightly differently, but I'd much rather see an arched window in the end of the building, and I would like to propose that as an amendment as part of the conditions, because I do think a rectangular window is completely out of keeping with the building, but I'm happy to second on that basis.
Thank you, Councillor Goodrich. Councillor Mason.
Do I have to second the amendment to get it seconded?
It would be helpful to get that
I'll second that
seconded.
amendment.
Yeah. Anybody want to comment on? We'll go with the amendment first. Right. Well,
beg your pardon. I'm happy to accept the amendment. As I mentioned in questions, it's not something I saw on the site and I thought, actually, I don't quite understand how I don't understand the reason for the choice of the rectangular as opposed to arch window, but I'm happy to take the officer's recommendation, and I'm happy to accept the amendment as proposed.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Cleary. Right. Well, we're going to accept that amendment as part of the application. So, Councillor Thackeray.
Yes, I can talk just about anything here, can't I? I'm not answering questions as such. Yes, I enjoyed my site visit greatly, even though I did fall over a sheep bar and put my left foot in the bucket and my right foot in the mud, which Councillor Cleary thought was very funny because he's that kind of vindictive individual.
We all did, actually.
Oh, you all did. All right. Okay. Anyway, but I had a nice chat with Mr. Stonehouse and his mother, Mrs. Stonehouse. This has got everything wrong with it, really, in my opinion, and everything wrong with the principle of saving every infernal listed building, whether they be Methodist chapels or not. I could think of a great use for about 4 skip loads of reclaimed bricks, in actual fact. But given that it isn't, it is there and it is likely to be renovated, and it's none of my business. But it would be nice to see it have some amenity space at some point in time, because the idea of a home and the idea of this planning committee approving rectangular buildings, for want of a better expression, with no amenity space for either the old or the young, is completely bonkers, in my opinion. It has no car parking spaces, and I have been repeatedly hauled backwards and forwards by this planning committee for my own personal planning applications, whereby I have not been allowed to break wind before providing 2 parking spaces, stone in an entrance, nothing to be allowed to be brought onto the highway, and into the depths of minutiae of rubbish. And here we are, just ignore every requirement that every other person has to go through because it's another chapel and it's a listed building. I've no objection with it being converted to a house. It'll make a great Airbnb. Again, that's not a planning matter. But as a home, I think we have a duty to the people that are going to live there. And we're going to say, yeah, it's absolutely fine in Rydale. Just convert anything you like. Park on the road. No amenity space. Crack on. And I think it sends a pretty bad message out to the community, to be perfectly honest. But it is what it is. And I'm not going to vote in favour of it. I'm going to abstain. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews.
Yes, Chair, I agree with Councillor Hackley. The principle of converting it to a house is fine. But personally, I would prefer to go back to the applicant and see if he can arrange some amenity space, at least some car parking space. If that's not going to be done, I'm not going to vote for it either.
Right, thank you. Anybody else? Right, well, I shall comment on this one as well. I can imagine oh, go on, Steve.
Paul, is that a request to defer, as we did with one last week, last application, to go and have that question, or is that just your opinion? Just to clear that up.
If somebody will second me, it will be a request to defer. If nobody will second me, then I should just abstain.
Do you have any seconder for that? I see no hands. No, right, okay. Right, well, back to where I was. There must be probably hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of urban tower blocks that have no amenity space, so that's not particularly unusual. I mean, it is a pity that there is no amenity space at all, particularly just for something as simple as dustbins. But that's the nature of the beast, and we have this plan before us. So within limitations, it appears to be a sympathetic conversion to a redundant listed building with minimal impact on its surrounding. And the alternative is an abandoned and deteriorating ruin. And whether that is what people want, or if you want to just demolish it, but it is a listed building, and that's the whole point of listing buildings. So I think it's a pity there's no detail regarding energy efficiency or energy supply. But in terms of what is in front of us, I think it's perfectly acceptable to preserve an existing building that is certain attractiveness. And in terms of the window, I have to say that in terms of aesthetics, I would much prefer to see the arched window. It's something that I agreed with Councillor Cleary on yesterday, that is not something I was going to die in a ditch over. I can see the point of trying to make sure that that window is seen as a modern addition, but I come back to my point in terms of aesthetics. I would much prefer to see it matching the existing windows. So we have a proposal for approval. It's been seconded, so we'll go to the vote, please.
Just a reminder, I did mention in the questions that it was suggested that we put an informative in alongside the conditions to make absolutely certain that in the future there's no permission being given for car parking spaces or bins or any outside facilities.
Yeah, that's. Go ahead.
I'm very interested still to know where the refuse is going to be kept.
That's not part of the.
It's okay to keep it
well,
inside.
the refuse will presumably have to be kept inside because there's nowhere else to put it. I think that's yeah, that's right. So that's the plan in front of us.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Everybody ready to go to the vote?
Yeah. So for the whole of Rydale, let's apply the same policy. I think
Yeah,
from here
Councillor
on.
Mason.
See, it's not sitting right, what Paul's just said to me about go back and ask, what we're trying to do is help someone do something here to the best for the application for the building. And Paul suggested something, I don't know if Paul's just being mischievous with the suggestion. But if there's a chance that they can secure some land around it for amenities, is this not whether we should be exploring? It just feels like it doesn't feel right to me that this should be approved currently in its state, and I'll probably abstain if we do. But at the same time, if there's a chance that we can help the applicant secure some land there by them having conversations, I don't know if it's our remit or not. It just feels a bit, we're doing it, whatever.
I would suggest that it's completely outside the remit of planning because this is the plan we've got, and there's nothing to prevent the applicant going to North Yorkshire County Council, who own that piece of land in front, or even whoever owns the land behind it. And I don't think that that's within our purview, is it? No.
Just say.
Well, they did. But I suppose my question is, and I suppose when we deferred the one last month with other Motherby, I suppose it was on the same plot of land which was identified then. So because you're talking about that red line of land that a Motherby has been developed on, we deferred that for them to go back and consult with the community. Is this different because we are not talking about, we're talking about land that's next to it?
It's very difficult to defer when you're asking to defer something, when you're then asking an applicant to go away and do something which isn't what is their application, the application in front of you. It's not really reasonable.
Right, everybody done? Yeah, go
I
ahead.
mean, I can't see why an application cannot be deferred to see if the applicant can find some solution with his neighbour, and it could then come back. We can consider it again.
So it's a purely civil matter that's outside our purview.
It's been moved and seconded. It's been deferred already. I think the committee owes the applicant a determination.
Yeah, I agree. Right, we'll go to the vote. Right, that's 2, 4, 5, 4, 2 abstentions. So that is approved. Right. Oh yeah, we'll go to the vote for item 8.
Yeah, just a question on this before we start. We've talked about an arched window. So item 8 is the listed building application. So does the listed building application need to be changed, or does an extra condition need to be put on the listed building to make sure that there's the arched window?
Yeah, that sounds quite reasonable that we would put the same amendment to both applications. So we'll go to the vote on that one.
Yes,
With the necessary amendment. Again, we have 5-4 and 2 abstentions, so that one is carried. Right, on to item 9 on page 53, which is the land south of Malton Grange, a Motherby Lane, a Motherby. I think this is Jill taking this one.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, this application is a relatively minor application for a limited number of additional chalet caravans at this what is in effect a long established lodge park. The proposal is for 8 new lodges to be sited in the southwestern part of the site in an area of relatively immature woodland planting. The principle of the use of the site is established, it's well established, and the additional number of units are considered to be acceptable in terms of traffic generation and highway capacity and safety. The key issue is whether the development proposed, the further 8 lodges, is acceptable in landscape terms. The new units are proposed to be sited closer to the southern and western boundaries of the site and within peripheral and boundary landscape planting. The proposal has been carefully considered by the Tree and Landscape Officer, and he is of the view that sufficient boundary landscaping will remain, and that will ensure that the site and the additional units proposed are screened from public vantage points. I think it's clear from the report that there are no other technical reasons which would indicate that planning permission should not be granted. I'll just move to the photos. So you just see the red dot at the top of the slide is the application site, and you can see the built-up area of a Motherby at the bottom. So that just gives you an idea of the location of Malton Grange Country Park. This is on the road from a Motherby heading north towards the site. That's effectively the southern point of the site. You just get a feel for the landscaping that surrounds the sites. That's the southern boundary, and as the road bends round, the western boundary of the site. The next slide is just another shot of that. Just gets a different sort of angle. So that's the southern end of the site, and the lodge park is set within that wooded area. This is just another view from the road, looking at the western boundary of the site across to effectively where the existing cabins are located and where the new cabins would be located. And again, this is just another picture taken from the road, looking in a sort of northeasterly direction at the southern tip of the site. This is the main entrance to the site, which some members might be familiar with, looking back down in a sort of southerly direction, just giving you an indication of the amount of landscaping, boundary landscaping on that western side of the site. And that again is just a picture looking straight into the access into the scheme. This is taken from within the site, and the sort of the road that runs, the spine road that runs through the site, and the gap between the two cabins that you can see there, almost where the waste refuse bin is. I can't get the little red marker to. Yeah, there. So this is where the access road to the new where the new section of lodges would be. So it's between those two lodges, and it's this bit of landscaping here that would be removed for the new 8 lodges to be sited. I think there'll be three positioned just in front of these lodges here, and then a further 5 in a sort of crescent shape behind that. So that's the sort of area and section of the site where the lodges would be. There's you might just be able to see here that there is a new package treatment plant that's been installed. Part of the proposal is for a small landscape, crescent landscape shaped bund here, just between that and the existing and new lodges, proposed lodges. Just another picture taken from a slightly different position. You see the refuge bin there, and that's where the road will actually lead to the new area of the site. again, a very similar shot. That's just giving you another closer view into the area of the site where some of the landscaping will be removed. As I say, in the first instance, there'll be the 3 lodges that face these 2 existing lodges, and then a further 5 behind that within this section of landscaping and trees that some of which will be removed. This is just a picture of the southern hedgerow on the southern boundary, so the outer sort of boundary of the site. And the next picture, sorry, the next picture just gives you an indication of how deep the existing landscaping is. So that previous picture that I showed you is the actual southern boundary, and that's a picture looking back towards the cabins through the existing landscaping, much of which these sort of birch trees will remain. You can just see in the left-hand corner of the picture one of the existing cabins. So the new cabins will be sited in this area, but it's only the section of trees towards the front that will be removed. There will still be approximately 20 meters of existing landscaping that will remain facing that southern boundary. Again, just another picture of some of the trees that will be removed to make way for the new lodges. And I think that's probably the last picture. Again, just looking back across from where the access road will be created. You could just see the package treatment plant there in the middle of the picture. That's it. Chairman, I think the report covers all of the issues that the application raises, and the recommendation is as outlined in the report. I do think we have a speaker.
All right, thank you. Have we got any questions first? Yes, Councillor Mason. Yeah.
Jill, did you take the pictures?
I didn't know.
Right, okay. Did anyone here take the pictures?
Yes, Neve took the picture.
How did you feel on the road taking those pictures? How safe did you feel? And could you imagine being on that road at midnight, walking home from the pub? Because that seems to be, having driven that road many times and knowing, coming up against groups of people walking down that road at 11 o'clock at night because there's no bus service, there's no footpath, is a real concern in that area. And I just wondered how safe you felt on that road, because I think it's pretty obvious. I know it's a subject, I'm being mischievous, but at the same time.
I mean, I'm very well used to being in all
Right.
sorts of roads. I just think I didn't feel unsafe, to be honest.
Right, okay, that's fair enough.
Thanks.
No, I just wanted to ask that question, really.
All right, Councillor Thackeray.
Yes, I mean, on more than one occasion, and thanks to there being no footpath, I have come across families with little children right on a blind bend. Literally, you go around the corner and they're on you, you're there. But anyway, that's the way it is. I'm interested in this flood risk and drainage business. And it says finished floor level shall be 21.8 metres above ordnance datum, AOD. Mike, you've got a fair bit of experience about this. We've got a datum point in Broby of 23.87. Which would you say was the most vulnerable site? The one 2 metres lower than Broby, or Broby 2 metres higher than the application site? Thank you.
Well, theoretically, the one that was lower, but I'm not aware of any particular flood risk in this area, and I traverse these areas in some pretty bad weather, and I've never known any floods around here. No, I've never been aware of any flooding in this vicinity, certainly in Norranby.
Going back to what I was saying, it's 2 metres lower than Broby. And this council doesn't like Broby. Doesn't like the levels in Broby. I've just had an application where I've been willing to put 600 millimetres on top of 22.87, 23.87, I beg your pardon. And yet this is deemed completely fine, 2 metres lower. Maybe we're deploying the concrete plinth and the tether that we did on Pickering Road. Do you think that's what it is? I think there's a commercial future in the tether in Rydale when all houses are floating.
Right, perhaps the question is about the flood risk.
Yeah, I think the report makes it clear that the lodges themselves will be located in flood zone 1, so they're not in an area that's it's a sequentially preferable area. My understanding of the finished floor levels is that from the previous applications, it's where parts of the cabins on the site have been in parts of the site that have been more susceptible to flooding, that was the level that the Environment Agency insisted upon. Yeah.
Councillor Andrews.
I think it was in this application, it was a point that there was a condition requiring a recreation area. And am I right in believing that the proposed site is where the recreation area was meant to be? And if so, can I ask where the alternative recreation area is going to be once this area is redeveloped?
I'm afraid, Councillor Andrews, I don't know off the top of my head whether there was over the course of the history of how the site has been developed, whether this was an area that was specifically meant for recreation. My understanding is that it forms part of a sort of recreational landscape belt. A landscaping belt. I mean, you can see from the photos, it's thick trees, really. There's, it's not an area where you could kick a football around or anything else. What I would say from having visited the site historically is that it is quite generous in terms of its density. There's quite a lot of open space that lends itself to children's play, children playing football, even sort of congregation of adults for social sort of drinks, chat. It's not a site which is devoid of open space.
Right, any more? Yes, Councillor Goodrick.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm just going to pick up on the flood risk and drainage, and I just wondered if officers would be kind enough to clarify, because it does state in the report that the lodges are cited in flood zone 1. What does that actually mean for flood zone 1? Is that because you might come over the top of your shoes, or can I just understand what flood zone 1 definition is?
Well, I haven't got a definition to hand, but it's an area that's at low risk of flooding. Yeah.
Yeah, if I could clarify the way that the Environment Agency does it, they've got flood zone 1, which is the areas, and I have a feeling it has got some specific value. I think it might be something like a 1 in 5 year risk of flooding, and then you've got 2, which is at the lesser risk, and then flood zone 3, higher risk. No, I'm getting it the wrong way around. Yeah, flood zone 1 is the one that's not too much, up to 3 where you're next to the river and it floods regularly. Right, yes, Councillor Arnold.
Thank you. I just wondered why they keep calling them caravans. I have a caravan and I've towed it all over Europe, but I wouldn't like to tow one of those over Europe.
There is a definition of a caravan. It's not just what we know and love as caravans, but it
got
includes
wheels when you
lodges,
move it.
chalets. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
It's back to the flooding. Actually, it's flood zone 1. When was that criteria done? 10 years ago, 20 years ago? It's just you know, because we have obviously had an increase in rainfall over the past 20 years. I mean, has it been flood zone 1 compared to 2001 figures? It seems very strange. It'd be interesting if we have an answer for that for future applications, to be honest, so we know for sure.
I don't know the answer to that specifically, but I think it will be updated as areas flood. But the trouble is, some of these areas are theoretical, and you find that what they say floods, as in flood zone 3, which is the highest risk, actually doesn't. And conversely, areas that they say don't flood do. So they're not strictly accurate, but I'm afraid you'll have to go to the Environment Agency for that one. Yeah, go ahead.
So just another question quickly on the biodiversity plan, because I think, as Jill's kind of intimated, that nature is the positive here for this park. They're trying to sell it as a retreat for nature, even though my experience of meeting people on the road in my car, they don't seem to be that interested in nature, to be honest. But how would the biodiversity upgrades and the ecological plan be monitored once this application has been approved? Because, you know, without actually monitoring and making sure there's no gain in this, obviously, because government policy still hasn't caught up with us, even though it was promised 2 years ago. It's still a like for like thing. But how do we know that it's going to be like for like when the application is approved, and in a year's time or 2 years' time, actually it's had an improvement, or it hasn't actually worked?
Well, no, I think that what the ecologist has suggested is that we condition an environment management plan, ecological management plan, sorry, and that will include additional measures that are referred to in some of the supporting information that we would be looking to secure gains from. So that's additional planting. It's mentioned on page 63, the creation of species-rich grassland, bat boxes, house sparrows, etc. So we would be looking to secure those as part of an ecological management plan that we can then monitor and enforce against if necessary. We would, yeah. That they're doing what they're obliged to do.
Do we have a baseline now from where the application is, so we can use that baseline going forward in the future? So actually, we have achieved net gain on this because we've got the baseline measurement, or is it we just say, well, just chuck some bat boxes up or a sparrow box up here? Well,
there isn't, as far as I'm aware, there isn't a baseline measurement in terms of the biodiversity metric. But there are ecological surveys, and there is information about the habitats that are on the site. So I think it would just be looking to secure the most appropriate management for them and to secure the additional habitats that we can through the ecological management plan, and put in as much measurable information as we can.
And how much is the material consideration on the biodiversity plan? Just out of my head, because if we can't prove there's an improvement, or it can be shown to be an improvement, then how can we approve this and many other applications unless we can show it?
I think the response back from the ecologist is that, in his view, some of the measures that have been suggested will improve biodiversity. So as a matter of principle, that will improve biodiversity at the site. Yeah.
Would you be able to connect me up with him
I can
at a
do.
separate time? So I have some questions now that are going to show that gain into the future.
Okay, yes, certainly can. Yeah.
Right, Councillor Andrews.
Yes, Chair. I mean, this is coming back to the flooding. I'll explain the reason for the question before I actually ask it, because I go down that road quite frequently. And when the water comes up, there was a bridge which was in the photograph that Jill showed, and on the one side of the bridge, the opposite side of the bridge to where the site is, that field fills with water regularly. Of course, I can't see what happens on the other side of the bridge because there's a screen of trees. So, Jill, can you just please on the site plan show me where that bridge is in relation to the site?
Outside of the
Yes, yeah.
that way.
Well, you think that's the bridge there, yes. So is the site in between us? Right, and is that? Yeah. So is the site actually sort of almost? Does the site almost abut onto that bridge? It's the other side of the road. You can't see what goes on that side of the road, but you can. But Steve and I quite often see what goes on the other side of the road, and that field just fills up with water. So is the field on the other side in a different flood zone?
I would say that it's completely immaterial what the flood, if the field across the road floods, because we are looking at a specific site. And if it's flood zone 1, and I know from experience that I don't see it flooding around that site. Councillor Thackeray?
Yes, I think we're all deluding ourselves by actually taking notice of flood zone 1 and 2. We're assuming that the Environment Agency know what they're doing when they don't. When I inquired about these new updated flood zones, I was told, in respect of the village in which I live, Broby, that they're based on modelling of a beck in Pickering. And you tell me, and on art, that there is any relationship between those two locations. There is zero location. You know as well as I know, Mike, they're in cuckoo land, and everybody has the same opinion of them. Are you not going to answer that one?
I will say that the Environment Agency don't get everything right, and that is for certain. But it doesn't alter the fact that this site that we're looking at is flood zone 1. It's not known to as a high risk of flooding, and that's all we can look at in this case. Right. Have we got any more questions?
Yes, only that we're looking at datum and datum points and levels that seem completely out of kilter with villages just a few miles away, as a crow flies, 2 miles, 3 miles away. This is very close to the River Rye. I'm not suggesting that it's going to flood, but it's clearly saying that part of this site is in flood zone 2, but not where the concrete bases and the tethers are, seemingly.
Yeah, well, you've actually got to look at where the floodplain is as well. It's not just as simple as datum, ordnance datum. It's the distance from the river. It's where the flood banks are, and quite simply, in terms of, it's where it floods. And as far as I'm aware, this site doesn't flood. And I spend an awful lot of time around those lanes, even in the particularly bad weather. Right. No more questions, I believe. So we will at last move on to the agent, because we have the speaker, Melanie Edwardson, who might like to comment on some of that. So you've got 3 minutes. It's the big button at the front, and I'll give you a warning with half a minute to go.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. This application, as mentioned, comes before you with an officer recommendation for approval, and as the result of continued cooperative working with 3 different planning officers, landscape officer, and various people within the authority. The application is for the change of use of land for the siting of 8 timber-clad holiday lodges, associated access track and landscaping to form a small-scale extension to the established holiday park at Moulton Grange. The principle of development, as mentioned, is considered to align with national and local planning policy and represents development that supports the land-based rural economy through the expansion of an established tourism enterprise. The last 2 planning permissions acquired this year regulated additional landscaping, a higher spec of sewage treatment plant, additional refuse areas, and flexibility for lodge materials due to wear and tear. All changes were made in an attempt to enhance standards for holiday visitors and has resulted in significant investment by our clients. The proposed development for 8 units would not have an unacceptable impact on the open countryside, local amenity, highway safety, or flood risk. And with the recommended conditions concerning landscape and biodiversity considerations, the proposal complies with policies in the adopted Rydale Plan. There will be no negative impact on the open countryside, as practically the site is incredibly well screened. There are no issues for highway safety or flood risk. All the relevant consultees have been shown the application. We respectfully request that members support the officer recommendation for approval, please. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Right, Steve, that's your patch. Do you want to kick off?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, this came through just a while back on the application, so I think we covered some of the concerns in that debate that residents were having. But my actual I don't really have a problem with the actual application itself for putting the lodges on. I think it's an extension of the holiday facility. I think it's good. My main concern is actually the access from the site to the public transport network and to the services in the village down the way, because it's probably about, I'd say, just under a mile to walk, and regularly we come across driving down that road, and Simon's right around that blind corner and down there is families and it's pitch black. They're just walking down there, and I don't know, there's a transport management plan that's in the application. I'd like to know how strong that is going to be, because it's trying to restrict the use of private cars. Well, that's going to encourage more people to walk down that road. And it does make me seriously concerned that one day someone's going to come around one of those corners and just wipe out a family, because I'm pretty sure there's a lot of residents around there who have done it. I'm quite conscious of going around those corners now because I'm a local resident, and I know full well that there's potentially could be someone there, but anyone else visiting the area, that to me would be a problem. That is one of my things. Can we do something about in the transport plan to I don't know what we would do about that. That's the problem. But something does need addressing on access down there, because if we're putting another 8 lodges there and there's already 57 there, there's a lot of people going to be visiting there on a regular basis. That does worry me. Regarding the biodiversity plan, I've already made my point on that. It exists, yeah, fine. 6 and back boxes up, everything else. How are we going to measure that? How are we going to make sure that the biodiversity is protected there? Till we've got some baseline studies. It's the same with anything. You know, it's kind of meaningless. You know, there was quite an intense debate at North Yorkshire last week about that, and it's something I think that needs to be addressed. But with regards to the lodges on the site, can't really say no. You know, I think it's fine for the area, and we need that sort of thing in the area. I just really do worry about the transport plan. I don't know what other people think about that. I'm happy to move approval, but I'm really concerned about the travel plan. Flooding doesn't really concern me. I know it floods down there. You wouldn't have gone down there, you'd have lost your wheels. But that was the other side of the bridge. So I'm happy to move approval, but I am really concerned about the travel plan. If we can do something out strengthening that or find a solution, I don't know what we would do, to be honest.
Right, yeah, councillor Andrews.
I would agree with Steve's concern about traffic and people walking. Some years ago, the Queen's Head expanded itself massively. So it's a huge Chinese restaurant which can accommodate. Oh, I should think about 100 people now at meals. It's a great business, great place. I go to it myself. It's a wonderful Chinese pub, but it's a pub and a restaurant. And the people who live in caravans or holiday makers who come there frequent that pub regularly, and they're not all regular residents of the various holiday cottages around there. They come and they go, and they don't necessarily know the dangers of the roads. And I think it is something that we should be concerned about.
Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'm happy to second this. I say happy. I do have concerns that have been raised by members across the way. It's interesting that they've raised the subject of modelling. Modelling on weather has caused a lot of trouble. And I think as we've got a certain amount more evidence that we're looking at, I think we look at evidence rather than modelling. I've just had a quick look on the flood map, and it's quite clearly drawn around the site. So there's no immediate history of flooding in the area. In terms of people walking in the dark, big problem. And I think as society moves on, we've got to be expecting more people to be walking and cycling. It is a rural area. It is dark. If you're walking in the dark, walking in the dark, you take more care, maybe even take a torch. If you're driving in the dark, we must take more care, as we must expect more people to be walking about and cycling about. I do take your point. Maybe at county, you're the local area, you can look at more buses. But that's not what we're looking at tonight. So I'll leave it at that. I'm happy to second. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Thackeray.
Maybe we can suggest to North Yorkshire Highways that they put some signage up. I know people don't necessarily look at them, but signs of people walking, even some flashing matrix sign that is alerting people.
Well, we can certainly ask North Yorkshire, but it's not something they've insisted upon in terms of the application for us to condition. But we could approach them and ask them.
Right. Yeah, that's rather separate. Can we move? Councillor Goodrick.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I do take the point about movements of people on the highways, particularly in dark roads like we have at Motherby. 4 people killed at Welburn and Cranbeck. It was the big road, I admit, but nevertheless, they were doing what you are suggesting. They'd been to the pub, they were going back to the caravan site, so I take it on board. I do think there's an opportunity for North Yorkshire, and there's the local member, for you to raise that with the Highways Department, and at the very least get a foot indicator sign that says there are people walking on the road. I don't think you'll get a flashing one, but let's wait and see.
Right. Anybody? Any more comments? Yeah, Councillor Arnold.
Thank you. I live in an area where there's always people walking about in the dark. And I live on a single track road, and I get people dog walking. If I come this way tonight, there'll be 8 or 9 people walking down the road with dogs. The biggest thing to me is they all wear dark clothing. Yeah. And you can't see them. If somebody was sensible and wear an high-vis waistcoat, you'd be much better seeing them before you run them over.
Right. Has everybody done with comments? Right. I'll just make a brief comment on that one. Unfortunately, the way we are at the moment, no matter how many people you've got in this caravan site, they'll jump in their cars and go less than a mile to the pub because it's not particularly safe to walk. Well, I would also add that we have so little provision for active travel, as in safe footpaths, safe cycleways, that it's pathetic. But it's not going to change until we have a change in attitude to travel generally. Just a final point. I know from travelling around very dark roads on a bike, you see cars coming a long way away because you see the lights. So if anybody's got any sense, they make sure they get off the road. Not that that's absolutely foolproof, given the way that some people drive, but that's by the by. Anyway, we're drifting outside of our planning remit, so it's been moved, seconded, and we will go to the vote. That is unanimous in favour. Right, thank you. We will move on to item 11, the White Swan Hotel in Pickering on page 154. Oh, yeah, sorry, I've missed one. Yeah, item 10, land at OS Field, 2000 Flats Lane, Wombleton on page 93.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. The application site, as you can see on this map, it relates to a 0.8 hectare agricultural field. It's broadly rectangular in form and it's located to the east of Wombleton. And that, I can work this pointer as well, is, well, it's the one with the arrow on it. So you can see it just there. It's just the kind of section of the field to the right-hand side. It's located approximately 88 metres away from the village development limits, and it's sited to the north of Flats Lane, which links Wombleton with Welburn. It's located outside of the development limits, and because of that, we consider it as being in the wider open countryside. A public right-of-way bisects the site from east to west, kind of centrally located. I want to get this right because I will need this later. There we go. So the public, the public right of way runs sort of approximately along this way here. The proposal seeks plan and permission for the change of use of the land for the siting of 3 glamping pods, the formation of car parking, and the erection of an office reception storage building. And that will be following demolition of the existing stables that are down to the southeastern part of the site. And an existing storage container would be retained. The scheme had previously been advertised with other proposed elements that have since been removed, which included a wild swimming pool, the installation of a barbecue area with external seating and a landscaping bund. So as part of this proposed scheme, the internally fenced off area to the southeast would remain, and that would provide car parking for holidaymakers, and that will be formalised with a permeable surfacing. To the north of the car parked area is where the small timber framed reception will be proposed. and the existing containers in that location as well, and that will be repainted in a dark green colour finish. The three proposed pods are constructed of timber cladding and they'd span approximately 4 metres in width by 6 metres in length, with a maximum height of approximately 3.2 metres with a curved arch. Each of them would include a very small decked area directly forward of the southern elevation, and they would be accessed from the car parking area in the southeast by a wood chip walkway. The proposed plans indicate there would be just 3 lighting locations along this path, which would be low-level solar installations. But the units themselves would likely incorporate external lighting as well. But as part of the revised schemes, both the level of external lighting and the extent of the pathways have reduced quite significantly in comparison to the original plans. The proposed plans also indicates a significant area of new woodland planting to the northern part of the site, and that would span approximately 0.5 hectares in area. So I'll just run through the photographs now. So this photograph is taken at the existing access, and you can see the southern boundary hedging at this point. This was taken in December last year, and you can actually see that even not in leaf, it does provide quite a robust boundary from the public highway. And this is just looking back towards the east, and just with a small gap there along the southern boundary. The next set of photographs show the internally fenced off area that I'd referenced, and you can see the stable building, and just behind that, the storage container that will be repositioned. And it's in this location that the office and reception building would be located, as well as the car parking. And I think that's beneficial. It does stop the kind of addition of track suitable for vehicles beside the pods themselves. So you're just getting a glimpse there of the internally fenced area from the west looking eastwards. So this view is taken looking towards the western boundary of the site, and you can see along that western boundary in the distance, there is approximately half of it where you can see a very kind of strong planted boundary with, it's perhaps hard to see in this photograph, the northern part of the western boundary having post and rail fencing. So you can potentially see it a little bit better here. I'll try the pointer again. So should have practiced with this, shouldn't I? Oh, here we go. Okay, yeah. So approximately up here is where the post and rail fencing, but I've got a photograph that shows that a little bit better. And I thought it would be interesting just to see how that boundary looks whenever it's in full leaf. So this is one taken in the summer. So there is a lot more kind of landscaping. Well, it's the same amount of landscaping, but a lot more kind of division from the other field that then is set away from the village as well. So this photograph is just showing part of the western boundary, but also the hedge that runs along the northern boundary that is quite well developed as well. And then we're looking towards the northern boundary and the eastern boundary. Again, very mature hedgerows at this point. So yeah, this is the image I wanted to show you, which is the section where there is the fencing to the western boundary. And you can see at a distance the houses along Flats Lane at that point. But because of the repositioning of the pods themselves, they would actually be located behind the landscaped area. And that was part of our original concern, is that we thought having them further to the north would be very much reliant on the landscaping that was proposed to be immediately impactful. So I think the kind of shift of the pods further south is very much welcomed. So we're looking towards the eastern boundary here, just in summer. So again, you've seen that, but just this is it in leaf. And then this is looking towards the southern boundary, where we'd seen from the roadside, but just internally. So we can see the real kind of boundary that provides. And this is what has been described in the report as the small holding to the east of the site. And it has been indicated that this is a registered small holding. So I'll just go back to the aerial map. So yeah, you can see just to the eastern side, the small holding, and you can probably appreciate better the landscaping that goes sort of partly up the western boundary of the site there. And it's to the northern part of the site where the new and extensive woodland planting is proposed. So the site doesn't fall within any designated area of high landscape value, any area of outstanding natural beauty, green belt, and it doesn't fall within the village conservation area, which is located approximately 230 metres to the west. You have been able to see, perhaps from some of those photographs, there is a historic ridge and furrow field pattern visible. Members will have been able to read all the consultation responses in full in the plan and file, but they were also summarised within the officer's report. And there has been quite significant local concern raised in relation to this scheme. In terms of the principle, it is considered that this would accord with the requirements of policy SP8 tourism, and that acknowledges tourism as a key contributor to Rydale's rural economy. And it does specify within the wider open countryside that there will be support for new static caravan chalet type self-catering accommodation that can be accommodated without an unacceptable visual intrusion and impact on the character of the locality. That will be subject to the imposition of time limited occupancy restrictions. But I just have to note that in error, I hadn't added those to the list of the proposed conditions. So if you had picked up on that, it is something that we will rectify. In terms of character and form and landscaping, I have mentioned that we had originally raised concerns with the applicant and the agent in relation to the original scheme. The current plans are located more centrally within the southern part of the site. And on balance, given the location of the well-established landscape to the western boundary together with a mature field boundary to the south, it's considered that they could be positioned with much less potential limit, with much more limited visual intrusion. Additionally, the units themselves actually relate to a relatively low profile scale and are constructed with natural materials, which will help them to assimilate. Their orientation with the north-south axes would also mean there'd be more glimpse views from any public views along the highway to the south. Whilst they would be clearly visible from anybody who may use the public footpath, it would be a more localised view of the units, which within the field only is considered acceptable. There has been some discussion as to whether the public right-of-way is functional at the moment. I personally, from my site visit, I don't think it was, but it is something that I will raise with the public rights-of-way team at North Yorkshire Highways and will ask them to investigate. But I don't think it would have any impact in terms of this scheme because I think they could work quite well together. Additionally, the proposed woodland to the north, whilst it may not be as fundamental in screening the units due to the repositioning, it still is really beneficial and will help to enhance the wider appearance of the site. So a full landscaping scheme is conditioned. In terms of lighting, the scheme indicates quite low level solar lighting. But because we haven't had full details of that or the lighting on the units themselves, we have recommended a condition to secure full details of all lighting. It's considered that the replacement of the office building and the retention of the storage container painted dark green is acceptable, and that's been further detailed within the report. So to conclude, the revised scheme relates to a much more light touch approach with the removal of the swimming pool, the barbecue area, the lighting scheme, and the reduced level of the wood chip walkway. And subject to the proposed conditions, it's considered to incorporate an acceptable design that wouldn't over domesticate the site or adversely impact upon the character of the field or wider landscape impacts. In terms of heritage assets and archaeology, the council's building conservation officers confirmed no objection to the scheme. It has been detailed in the report, but in relation to the ridge and furrow, on balance, it's considered that the physical impact would be limited to the sub-bases of the 3 small-scale pods only, and therefore the conclusion of the NYCC archaeologist is that the impact is minor to moderate. And then there's an exercise in balancing that against the benefits of the additional tourism development, which policy SP8 identifies as a key contributor to the rural economy, and also the additional significant planting. And it's considered we're happy to support that in that regard. In terms of amenity, the nearest part of the proposed application site is located 88 metres away from the boundary of the residential property of number 1 South View, which is the nearest property. With the movement of the pods further south, this is technically closer to that property, but it would be screened by the established landscaping along the western boundary of the site. This has also been fully reviewed by the Council's Environmental Health team. They had originally strongly objected to the wild swimming pool, but following the removal of that, I'd asked them to comment in terms of the amenity impacts, and they had confirmed that they were satisfied that the use of the glamping pods would have a minimal impact on neighbouring dwellings. Therefore, whilst we have fully considered the concerns raised by the occupiers of neighbouring properties, following review with the Environmental Health team, it's not considered that these pods would relate to material harm to the occupiers of the neighbouring properties, given the significant distances. It's also noted that should issues arise in the future, the council have a wide range of powers with which to address potential noise nuisance, which would itself be administered by the council's Environmental Health team. In terms of the highways impact, you'll have noted the existing access, and that's how the pods would be accessed by holidaymakers. NYCC Highways were consulted and they've confirmed no objections subject to a condition relating to improvements to that access. It's also noted that cycle parking will be provided adjacent to the pods. The Public Rights of Way team have provided an informative. They haven't objected, but as I said, I will make contact with them just to discuss that further. But this scheme itself wouldn't have any material impact upon that public right of way. It doesn't overlap it in any way. North Yorkshire Ecology were also consulted on this proposal and a condition was recommended. They, in their response, highlighted the substantial net gain in terms of biodiversity. We've also covered the drainage of the site, which was outlined within the report, and it's considered that can be acceptably accommodated. It would attach to the main drains within the highway. Therefore, in conclusion, it is considered the proposed development can be suitably accommodated, and the officer's recommendation is one of approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Niamh. Right, got no speakers on this one. Any questions? Yes, Steve.
Just a question on net gain. What's the use of the field at the moment again? I missed that. Is it just a grazing field?
Yeah, just for grazing.
And do we know the grade of the land?
I don't know the grade of the land.
So no, it's just interesting that there's a substantial net gain being used by removing it from grazing or farmland. It just seems quite an interesting topic. That's all going on. I'd like to know how they're achieving the substantial net gain when we don't know any baseline monitoring of biodiversity.
Yep, there are full responses within sort of the final page of my report. It's the proposed landscape and offers substantial net gains for biodiversity, including new woodland and meadow planting. The lighting scheme is low key and retains dark corridors around the periphery of the site, which benefits nocturnal wildlife. The officer said, I'm assuming the woodland planting will be detailed as a condition, which is correct. They've done a bat survey of the stables. They've clarified that it would be unlikely to impact upon any, there's no kind of evidence of roosting bats or any impacts on any other protected species. And there is the condition to adhere to the recommendations set out in section 4.2 of the ecological survey report. So I don't know all the details about how they would quantify it, but that's the response we've had from ecology as our kind of statutory guide in that regard.
Any more for any more? No. Right, we will move to debate. I think this is Snowy's area, so do you want to take it, Steve, or somebody else? Right.
I do know quite a few of the residents around there, I'm afraid. And I know quite a few of the residents have objected to it. I'm not sure that I agree with it because looking at the plan, there's an awful lot of space behind it. It makes me very curious that they're going to shove another 20 pods on behind it. So I'm not sure whether I agree with that or not. I know Snowy doesn't agree with it because I've talked to him. But Other than that, to be honest, it doesn't seem a bad plan and it doesn't seem too unreasonable.
Right, do you want to move approval or you? Right. Okay, councillor Cleary.
Yeah, I'm Steve's a very good friend. I've known him a long time, and I hate to do this, but you really shouldn't speculate on what might happen in future. You've got to look at what we've got in front of us, and it's a very low key. What's the phrase? Light touch development. It doesn't even affect any of the rig and furrow, and it's been drawn back, reined back from I don't know what a wild pool is, slightly annoyed pool, and all sorts of other things have been taken out. It's 3 pods and a little office building plus a store, and as you say, a shop that's included in the office. So I'm happy to move approval as per the recommendation.
Thank you. Anybody else going to pop in there? Yes, councillor Thackeray.
I thought when I read it, there was a numerical error, that it wasn't for 3 pods. It was for 30 pods, but obviously I'm wrong.
Right, councillor Andrews.
Yes, Chair, you may not speculate, but you are entitled to consider whether by giving planning permission for one thing, you're actually setting a precedent for further development in the same area, which is clearly what is happening. And I think Steve's concerns were completely correct and completely warranted. But having said that, well, I'd go on to say that the shop and the office are clearly for more pods than just 3 of them. But having said that, I have to say I can't really see very much wrong with the plan, so I shall be voting for it.
Would you like to second it? Because we haven't got a seconder yet.
Oh, I won't second it.
Right. Right. Councillor Thackeray is seconding it. Anybody else want to comment
so
on this one?
excited.
Go on, Steve.
This is just more of a question. If the footpath is sort of found to be impacted by this, does that impact on our decision?
Where the footpath is out of the footprint of the pods. The pods are to the south of that, so it won't make a difference. But also the public rights of way team have been consulted on it as well and recommended informative that if any works were proposed to the public right of way, they'd have to do X and Y and make contact with them. So we've had it checked by the appropriate people so far.
Yes, I commented on the footpath yesterday, even though it appears that it's not particularly used or well used or whatever, it is still a public right of way and therefore should be addressed anyway. Councillor Goodrick.
Don't tell the Ramblers, because it will stay a footpath. On a serious note, it is very low impact. I do understand my colleagues' reservations about what might happen in the future, but it's not a material planning consideration. We're looking at the application. I will support it, but I'll keep a weathered eye on it.
That sounds like eminently sensible. Any more for any more? I think everybody's had a bash. Yeah, right. We'll go to the vote. That is 6 votes in favour and 1 abstaining. So that one is approved. That definitely moves us on to the White Swan in Pickering, which is Neve again. Oh, that's on page 154.
Yeah, so the White Swan Hotel is a Grade 2 listed building, which together with surrounded buildings and extensive curtilage is located on the northern side of the marketplace in Pickering. It's also located within the town's conservation area and development limits, as well as falling within a groundwater protection zone. The specific application site that you can see on the map there relates to a section of the site to the northwest, and it includes an existing building that the RO takes you to just there, and also an area of kind of open space to the western side of that as well. We'll see that better in some of the photographs in a moment. The site actually slopes quite significantly from east to west. And the building that it's pointing to is a 1.5-story timber-clad office building that's previously been used as a workshop. And this building has actually had permission granted in 2007 for it to be demolished with a replacement holiday letting building, but that was never started. The application site is joined by a building to the eastern part, which is an annex building. Oh goodness, sorry. I will practice with this at some stage. Oh yeah, I've got it. There. This is the annex building that's located to the east. And then to the south is a building that's known as the Bothy building, and both provide accommodation for the White Swan at present. Then to the rear southern part of the site in separate ownership is the rear beer garden space associated with the Bay Horse Inn. That's in separate ownership. And then beyond the site to the west is a car park associated with the toy warehouse. And then beyond that car park associated with the toy warehouse are the properties that front onto Park Street, which you can just see to the left-hand side of the image there. The site is accessed via the existing access from the marketplace and provides off-street parking for site users. So I'll just run through these photographs, although some of you may already be familiar with the site. So the lighter stone building itself is the White Swan, and the arch is the access for vehicles that I just mentioned. And then this is taken from just after going through that archway, and the pub is just on the right hand side, and you can see some of the other accommodation in the background. So this is just me sort of almost taking you on a walk through the application site to get to the building in question, and that's just looking back towards the arched access from Marketplace. So now in the very background of this photograph, you can see just behind the cherry trees, the timber building. And that's a better view of it there. And it's this timber building that would be demolished to make way for the new development. And this is taken from the northeastern corner of the site, looking southwards towards the building in question. And you can see from this point, it looks very much like a single-story building. But whenever I start to show you the southern elevation, which is this one, and the western elevation, you can appreciate how the land levels drop there. And this is the area of scrubland to the front. So it's this building that would be removed to facilitate the new building. And this is just looking at it from the western boundary of the site. And there's quite a significant amount of space here. And then this is looking towards the two trees on the western boundary that are to be retained. And you can see the rear of some of the properties on Park Street. But just to bear in mind, there is also this car park associated with the toy warehouse separating the site from the rear of these residential properties. They're not just residential properties, some of them are also business with residential above. And this is just looking at the southern boundary of the site. And beyond that is the beer garden associated with the pub. These two trees would actually be removed as part of the application, which I'll come to shortly. And then this is just from the Bay Horse beer garden. There you can see the application site. So as we've indicated, the application seeks planning permission for the demolition of the existing 1.5-storey building to allow for a building that will be providing 11 one-bed holiday apartments, and there is also associated parking proposed. The replacement building would provide accommodation over 2 storeys with a maximum length of approximately 30 metres and a maximum width of approximately 8.9 metres. The building would incorporate 11 letting apartments, that's 5 on the ground floor, together with a communal laundry and utility room, and also a room that provides power. And there'd be a further 6 apartments on the first floor level with internal mezzanine areas. You'll have been able to view the elevations, and the scheme will be completed with stone walling at the ground floor level, and within the central first floor level section, larch cladding would be provided. Sorry, it will be larch cladding to the rest of the upper floor, but within the central section, it would also be stone walling. It would be completed with a slate roof and dark conservation style windows and dark grey metal windows elsewhere. Along the western elevation, I think it's quite interesting that at ground floor level, the design would include 4 carriage style windows, and that reflects the history of the White Swan as a coaching inn. The rest of the site will be completed with gravel surfacing, and there's quite extensive landscaping proposed that I'll come to in a moment. The plans were amended during the consultation phase to reduce the visual impact of the building on the advice of the Council's Building Conservation Officer. This included the reduction of the ridge height by approximately 0.5 metres, changing the previously stepped roof to a more simplified single ridge, the amendment of certain openings to include a more simplified form, and the installation of large cladding on areas of glazing to reduce their prominence, with also a overhang that was proposed removed. In terms of the principle of the development, the design and access statements noted that the apartment will be sold as holiday homes with a long-term lease for holiday letting purposes. It will allow owners to use their apartments personally and to be managed by the White Swan also as holiday letting accommodation. There was quite an extensive principle section in the report, and we are proposing an amended version of the standard holiday condition to allow for periods of occupancy of up to 90 days. We kind of recognise the variety in how certain groups of people may holiday. They may travel for an extended period of time in the summer, or they may wish to spend slightly longer periods of time in a holiday home if they're perhaps retired. And it's acknowledged that not all people would automatically holiday for shorter periods of time. And we also recognise the benefit that holidaymakers bring to the village. And it's acknowledged that occupancy such as this would afford holidaymakers flexibility, and it could potentially avoid further second home ownership in the area. It's noted that the applicant would essentially be the freeholder, and they also themselves operate more short-term letting rooms. So this does add an element of diversity to the overall long-established holiday business. The units themselves would be let out at various points of the year to third parties, given the business model proposed. And whilst it wouldn't be controlled by planning, it is acknowledged. It's not the case that all periods of occupancy would extend to 90 days, but it would just provide that greater flexibility, also while being controlled by not being a person's main place of occupancy. So on balance, in this specific instance, associated with an existing long-established holiday business, the flexibility of allowing visits for up to 90 days is considered acceptable. But as this does technically represent a departure from the precise word in the policy SP21, we have brought this before members of Planning Committee in line with Council's scheme of delegation. And I would just say we haven't had any objections to this, so it is just because of that sort of factual reason why we've brought this. In terms of the character and form and the impact upon conservation area and the setting of listed buildings, it's considered that this revised scheme would relate to a high quality design, and there has been a carefully considered external appearance incorporating the use of high quality materials. It's considered that following the design amendments, this would assimilate in this location. It is a significantly scaled building, but the cross-sectional plans that hopefully you've been able to see show that the proposed ridge height in comparison to what's existing is only a 0.7 metre increase overall. The plans also show this in the context of the annex building to the north, which sits at the higher land level, and it's considered that it wouldn't appear harmfully dominant from wider views. In terms of the landscaping, we have mentioned that the 2 sycamore trees to the south would be removed as part of this scheme. The 2 sycamore trees to the west will be retained and 6 additional silver birch trees will be planted. Native yew hedging will be planted along the full western boundary and along the southern boundary of the site, and also internal box hedging is proposed. The landscaping scheme is particularly detailed. It's been reviewed with the tree officer and it will be conditioned for adherence. There is also another technical condition relating to the protection of existing trees. And you'll be able to appreciate from the photographs that there is already quite a lot of internal tree planting within the site. And I think it's helpful to see that. And I suppose there is a commitment to that indicated. We have sort of conditioned to seek details of proposed lighting features because currently part of the site is unlit, just to make sure they're appropriate in this location. We've also sought conditions for samples of materials and a stone panel also. So by virtue of the appropriate scale and nature of the proposed building, together with the use of the conditions that I've outlined, it's not considered that this would relate to any harm upon the character of the conservation area, nor the setting of the Grade 2 listed White Swan building and surrounding listed buildings. In terms of residential amenity, the Council's environmental health team were consulted in relation to this proposal, and there's quite a lot of detailed negotiations that have been undertaken, which have been outlined in the report. A detailed noise impact assessment was submitted in support of this scheme, which was fully reviewed by the environmental health team. And in their final response dated August this year, sorry, excuse me, the EHO confirmed no objection to the scheme. It's therefore considered that the proposed development would not result in a materially harmful impact upon neighbouring amenity, either by odour or noise, and that's amenity of future holidaymakers or those people in the surrounding buildings. Furthermore, considering the distances that we've outlined, it's not considered there be any harmful impacts upon privacy or overbearing development. In terms of ecology, North Yorkshire County Council, the ecologist was consulted on the surveys that were submitted, and they confirmed no objections subject to a condition which has been recommended. Similarly, the highways officers also confirmed no objections subject to condition as well. Yorkshire Water had responded to this application to seek inclusion of a condition relating to further details of surface water disposal, but they did note that they endorsed the proposal to send this to Soakaways, and the condition has been attached. There's also another condition, just sort of belt and braces, to ensure that all foul and surface water connections are undertaken to the satisfaction of an approved building control inspector. Because of the historic use of the site, we have recommended the standard suite of contamination conditions. So in conclusion, the proposed additional holiday accommodation has been very carefully considered, and in principle it is considered to be acceptable subject to the imposition of the amended holiday occupancy condition. It has been a balanced decision taken into account the specific nature of the existing tourism business at the White Swan, and it isn't considered this would give rise to any precedents for future decision making. Also subject to the recommended conditions, it's considered it's high quality, well designed scheme that will preserve the conservation area, not impact listed buildings, and is recommended for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Niamh. Any questions? I see no hands. Right, well, as this one's in Pickering, I shall kick off on this one. This development will be well hidden away behind existing buildings, and it'll have very limited views from any vantage point. It's positive to note that there are no objections, although I do agree with the environmental health officer about the risk of noise from the close proximity to the rear of the bay horse, and thus suitable glazing to ensure that this doesn't present a problem. Given the slope of the land, which is essentially the limestone edge of the fault line, generally known as Newtondale, I do have some concerns over surface water drainage and the springs, but as there's a moderate distance between this site and the rear of the Park Street properties, which are already definitely at high risk of fluvial flooding, I trust that the conditions 10 and 11 will suffice about drainage and so on. So I do hope that this development has the claimed effect of preventing second home ownership in the town. And therefore, I've got no problem with the compromise of limiting occupation to 20 days continuously, which is obviously a compromise position. 90 days, sorry. Yeah, so I'm quite happy to move approval of this one. Right, thank you, Councillor Andrews. Anybody else wishing to speak on this? No? Right, okay, we'll happily go. Oh, go on.
Sorry, I would just like to say a small prayer for that lovely building that they're going to knock down. Because as far as I'm aware, that for those of people who didn't know that Elvis lived in Pickering for a couple of years, that was one of the places he used to do karaoke.
Is this the original Elvis or the one from Scarborough?
The original Elvis. Who else?
Right, we'll go to the vote. Right, we're all there now. Yes, that one is unanimous. So, moving on to item 12, Duggleby Wold Farmhouse at Weaverthorpe, on page 217. I think this is yours again, Niamh, is it? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I have a couple of maps with this one. I've got one that hopefully you can see a orange coloured X, just sort of in the middle. I will try and point to it, but if you can see it, that's even better. Yep. Oh, brilliant, thank you. And the next one is just a slightly more zoomed in. So the X shows the location of the proposed wind turbine, and there is a blue X just to the sort of, yep, you've got it, and that is the access to the site. So the application site, sorry, excuse me, relates to an established farmstead, which is Duggleby Wold Farm. It's sited approximately 3.4 kilometres south of Sherburn and 2.5 kilometres to the north of Weaverthorpe. It's accessed via the Sherburn to Weaverthorpe Road, and it includes a farmstead with existing buildings surrounded by a large U-shaped shelter belt and other surrounding agricultural land. The precise application site relates to the area where a proposed replacement wind turbine will be located, and that's directly adjacent to the existing turbine that would be removed. The approved wind turbine had a hub height of 32 metres, a tip height of 48 metres, and a rotor radius of 16 metres. As you can see from this photograph, it's currently without blades at present and is unusable. This had a generating capacity of 250 kilowatts. The site is located within the open countryside and the Wolds area of high landscape value. The site also falls within the provisional candidate area identified by Natural England as part of the Yorkshire Wolds AONB designation project. A public footpath runs to the south of the site, and I've highlighted that just with the orange line that you can see there. But at its nearest point, it's located approximately 350 metres from the proposed turbine. So planning permission is sought for the erection of a replacement turbine, as I've noted. This would have a hub height of 40.7 metres and an overall tip height of 64.2 metres, and it would include a rotor radius of 23.5 metres. The design and access statement indicated that the replacement wind turbine is required because the supplier of the existing turbine has gone into administration, and consequently parts are no longer warranted or readily available. It's also noted in this document the applicant is committed to offsetting his and the community's carbon emissions, including to provide electricity to offset the energy use of the farm. The planning agent confirmed the replacement wind turbine can generate almost as much electricity as the 2 turbines previously consented without the need to install 2 separate wind turbines. So I should just note that the previous scheme where this existing wind turbine was approved was a 2010 application where actually 2 were proposed and approved, but only 1 has ever been built. The application is to be determined by planning committee as representations of raised objections based on material planning considerations. And I just would make a note, I'd like to clarify in the report, I've made an error. I identified both objectors as writing from the Lodge Highdale Farm, but one of them was actually writing as the occupier of Moor Farm. And you can see that is this property that is along the western side there. And the other objector was from the lodge, which is just to the south there. So it just puts it in context. The local planning authority, we've determined that the proposal doesn't constitute EIA development and need not be accompanied by an environmental statement. In terms of principle, there has been quite a detailed section within the report, but it is the view of officers that the replacement of a single previously consented turbine with a replacement single turbine should be categorised as the repowering of an existing turbine. And this was also the approach undertaken recently on the planning application at Boythorpe Farm, Butterwick. And you might remember that was approved by members of planning committee. And I think it's quite interesting to point out it's precisely the same type of turbine, the exact same spec that is being proposed as part of this scheme. It's been confirmed that the supplier has gone into administration, as I've noted, but in principle, it's not considered this is at odds with the requirement of the NPPF policy as outlined within the report. In terms of safeguarding of systems and infrastructure, there is a requirement to quite widely consult on wind turbines, and there's been no objections from the Joint Radio Company Limited, Northern Gas Networks, NATS, who are responsible for the management of en route air traffic. There's been no objection from the Defence Infrastructure Organisation, Safeguarding Team, and they represent the MOD as a consultee. The Civil Aviation Authority, Atkins Limited, have also provided no objection. Cadent Gas and National Grid is the same with no objection, but certain conditions have been recommended as detailed in the report from some of those consultees. In terms, sorry, excuse me. In terms of the character, form and impact upon the area of high landscape value, as noted, this is the replacement of an existing turbine. It would be located within the swept path of that turbine and would utilise the existing grid connection, the crane pad and the access track. There will be infrared light in and that won't be visible to the human eye, only by goggles. As part of this, the applicant has put forward a landscape and visual impact assessment, and that was undertaken in line with the guidelines for those type of documents. Members have been able to see that on the annexing. The LVIA describes and considers all the potential effects of proposed development, and we've detailed that in greater detail in the report. But in terms of impacts upon established settlements, it's noted that no part of the proposed turbine would be visible from the built areas of Sherburn, Butterwick or Weaverthorpe. The most limited views of the hub height to the tip height would be visible from the linear villages of Helperthorpe and part of East Lutton and Foxholes. However, there'd be views of the proposed turbine from individual isolated farms and dwellings, which is potentially much the same as could be experienced now. Within the LVIA, there were 6 particular exemplary viewpoints considered, and there was photographic evidence provided, supplemented by photo montages. The assessment undertaken for each of these viewpoints indicates the baseline and the magnitude of change, including the scale of the proposed turbine in centimetres at arm's length. The recurring assessment that came from that document was that whilst the proposed turbine would be larger, it would appear very much as a replacement and wouldn't greatly detract from the view. It's concluded there'd be a small scale of visual change over a small geographical extent, resulting in a relatively small magnitude of change. To supplement that, a careful site assessment was undertaken by officers as part of this, with visits to the viewpoints highlighted in the LVIA, but also other additional surrounding points in the locality. It's considered that the conclusions of the LVAA are agreed by officers and that the photomontages present appropriate representative positions on which to base such an assessment. So I'll just run through the photographs now. So the first photograph is a view of the existing turbine without its blades, and that's taken from within the farmstead at Duggleby Wold Farm. And this is another view of that at this point. This third photograph is a view from White Gate, which is on the approach to Sherburn Brow, and that's about 2.4 kilometres to the northwest of the site. And it's hard to see from this photograph, but you can just make out the kind of hub of that there, and I will give it a go. It's slightly to the left and up. We should get this working for the. Do you see where this is going? No. Oh, I've got it. I've got it. So it's just here. Okay. Yep. So it's a very distant view of the 2.5 kilometres. The next photograph is also taken from that road, but further along. I wasn't able to get any view of that at that point, as is the case also with this next photograph taken on White Gate. The next one is taken just from the start of the public right of way, and that's to the south of Cornforth Farm. I couldn't see the turbine at this point. I looked really hard, but the LVA does note that the proposed structure would be visible at this point. It's taken about 2.5 kilometres to the west of the application site. And this next one is just a further view in from that public right of way, which I will come back to whenever we look at it from the other direction. This is where you can see a very glimpsed view, and this is on the road between White Gate and Helperthorpe. It's generally a very well hedged view, but you won't be able to see it from this photograph, but just in between the first two closest parts of hedge, you can see it at quite a distance, really. Again, at this point, it's 2.5 kilometres away, so you might have to just take my word for it, but it is a very, you have to be looking for it at that point. Again, this is the same road, but just in a kind of more easterly location. You can actually see Moor Farm here, which I'd referenced before. And the turbine is just approximately there. So it's a very distant view. And this is further along that road. Terrible. I'm gonna have to come and practice in my free time with this pointer. You can't really see it. It's just to sort of, you see where the greatest band of landscaping is on the left-hand side. It's just the right-hand side of that. So the next one is on the same road, and you won't be able to see the turbine at this point. But at this point, you can see maybe approximately about 6 other turbines in the landscape. So I thought it was just interesting to point that out, really, and just give you that respect. I have highlighted them myself. So the next one is taken from the start of the public right of way on Scaddale, which is the road that's between Sherburn and Weaverthorpe, and it's further to the north on this road where the actual access to the site is. You can see it here. It's just there. It's quite distant, but I think it's important to see how it appears from the public right of way. So this is taken alongside it, so you can see it just there, and because of the undulating hills, at certain points it might appear more clear than at other points. But this is the closest distance I could get, and this is about 350 meters to the south. So this is probably the greatest view you could get from that point. But there is existing sort of landscaping along that public right of way. So this one here, bear with me just a second. This is taken from Dyke Fields, which is to the south of Weaverthorpe, and it's approximately 3.2 kilometres to the south of the site. And if you can see a turbine that is just, there is a turbine sort of centrally within the photograph. If you use that, yeah, that one there. So it's actually to the right hand side of that. It's not very clearly visible at all. The next one again is from Butterwick Road. And that is to the south of Butterwick. And you can see an existing turbine to the right hand side somewhere, hopefully. It's to the very right hand side of the photograph. And it's just beyond that. Yes, so that's not the one. It's to the right hand side of that. You probably can't see it very well from this photograph. And the next one is taken from the road directly to the north of Butterwick. So this is getting a little bit closer to the site. And we're looking to the northwest. And you can see there's a, yeah, that's it. You've got the hand just over where the existing turbine is. This is approximately 1.8 kilometres to the southeast of the site. Hopefully that was useful. It can be hard to see, but even if we can't see it very well, I think we need to see it from those areas to be able to say that with confidence. So I'll just go back to this map. It's not considered realistically that any additional landscaping or screening would help mitigate views, but it is noted that the proposed colour finish would be a muted matte grey colour. And as I've pointed out, whilst undertaking the landscaping review, there were numerous other wind turbines in the locality of varying scales. It kind of forms part of the existing landscape character and how this part of the Wolds is presently experienced. It's considered that over the distances involved, this increase in turbine height wouldn't be clearly discernible and wouldn't give rise to an unacceptable degree of visual intrusion over and above the existing consented 2 wind turbines. It's therefore concluded that whilst a larger replacement turbine will have an impact, it can be undertaken without significant adverse impacts on the surrounding landscape, including the special value of the area of high landscape values. It's also not considered of any additional harm packed upon any heritage assets. In terms of residential amenity, the scheme has been submitted with a noise assessment, and in a final response in September, the Council's environmental health team recommended the imposition of the noise conditions that were previously attached to the 2010 approval. And I have printed out these additional 5 conditions for members together with the annex, and that will supplement them whenever it goes on the decision notice if members are inclined to approve this scheme. Broadly, these conditions relate to ensuring a maximum rate and level of noise emissions from the turbines, and it includes the ability, if necessary, for the local planning authority to request the applicant employs an independent consultant if there is a complaint raised that's deemed to be have sort of kind of impacts upon their amenity. And then there would need to be a scheme to robustly prevent such breaches in the future if they were to occur. These were attached last time. There was no record of any complaints ever having been made. So it is just a kind of a safety that if they did arise in the future, that would be applicable, and the agents confirmed that that would be acceptable to them. So subject to those conditions, which are quite robust, and in light of the separation distances to the residential properties, it's not considered that there'd be noise from the proposed development that would amount to an unacceptable level or would result in material adverse impacts upon occupiers. It's also not considered that shadow flicker would be a materially harmful issue. I would also note that North Yorkshire Highways and North Yorkshire Ecology have both confirmed no objection to the scheme. So in conclusion, we consider the use of this site for a replacement wind turbine is acceptable and meets with local and national policy, whilst also contributing to green energy production. And subject to condition, it's considered to be acceptable in principle in terms of the character, heritage assets, highway safety, ecology, amenity, noise and safeguarding. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thank you, Niamh. I've got a couple of questions myself on this one. Halfway down page 225, where Nats had originally registered an objection, and it said it conflicts with our safeguarding criteria. And then less than a month later, they suddenly changed their mind. Was that because we challenged it, or what? Do you know why they suddenly changed their mind?
I think I don't have the information to hand. Normally, I like to sort of explain everything in the report. I think there may have been a submission from the agent, if I'm remembering correctly. But yeah, their second response has withdrawn that objection. So I think we could be confident that they are content with the scheme.
Right, that's fine, thanks. Just another one. It says that the new turbine is going to be 250 kilowatts, and yet it was saying, well, the other one was similar. But am I right in thinking that the single one that's there now, albeit it's got no ability to generate, but it should have actually been around 125 kilowatts, and that the combination of the two previous was 250? I know it's fairly immaterial, but
Bear with me just a second. There was some confirmation from the agent on that matter, so I'm just going to. The planning agent had confirmed the wind turbine can generate almost as much electricity as the two turbines previously consented without the need to install two separate wind turbines. So I think it would likely be the case they may have been 125 each, and maybe it was a collective 250 with the two of them. I'm not 100% sure.
yeah, that sounds likely. Thanks, Nate. Okay, Michael. Yeah. go on.
Yeah, I do have a question. Is it connected to the grid or not? Or because Northern Power Grid have had no response, but I'm surely an application should have gone into Northern Power Grid because it's over the domestic rating. I think it's a T99 or T90, I'm not sure. But is it actually connected to the grid? And secondary to that question, if it's not, how on earth are they supposed to be offsetting the village's carbon emissions if they're not providing electricity to the village? Because as far as I'm concerned, that's almost a greenwash.
I think it's page 222 of the agenda. There were a number of clarifications made by the agent that I think have been particularly helpful. They have indicated that the replacement wind turbine, just like the existing wind turbine, will supply electricity to the local grid network using the existing grid connection. I think perhaps it's just, well, it's, yeah, thank you. Yeah. I think maybe it's thinking about the levels of electricity generated.
The villagers would need to be a customer of the provider because a repo would need to be provided to the customer to offset their carbon emissions. And that's basically industry standard.
Councillor Goodrick.
Thanks, Chair. And I noticed from the report that East Yorkshire Borough Council haven't responded, but I am aware that they are going for AONB status in the Wolds. Is this close to that AONB outline that we've got? Is it within that? Because I'm also concerned, and we always were concerned on this council, about the cumulative impact of wind turbines on the Wolds.
Yes, it is actually within the proposed AONB site. So yeah, we have indicated it's within the proposed provisional candidate area. As part of the EIA screening that came into us formally, we did consult with Natural England, and we also have consulted with them as part of this application, so they're very much aware. They didn't formally respond to this application, but they were quite helpful as part of the EIA, so they're fully aware of it. And they've chosen not to respond at this point. At the EIA screening stage, they did note it's Natural England's advice on the basis of the material supplied with the consultation that significant effects on statutorily designated conservation sites or landscapes are unlikely. So I think if they had concerns, I think they would have raised them by now, because we have been working quite closely with them over the last few months.
Right, any more questions? No. Right, we have a speaker who is the agent, Hannah McGinn, or McGinn. Right, you've got 3 minutes and I'll give you a warning with half a minute to go.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman and members of the Planning Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. The applicant is proposing a repowering application for one replacement wind turbine. In 2011, permission was granted to erect 2 French design and manufacture turbines. From the outset, there was a series of major problems, and the consultant developers went into liquidation just as the first turbine became operational. Thereafter, frequent mechanical breakdowns resulted in a huge friction between the British service engineer and the French manufacturer, not to mention lengthy delays before arrival of the specialist engineers from France and considerable related expense. The second turbine was never erected, and the existing turbine was destroyed in a storm on account of brake failure, despite having undergone a full service only 6 weeks beforehand. Compounding these problems, COVID has effectively put the French manufacturer into serious financial difficulty, to such an extent that my client has been advised to have no further dealings with that company. The applicant is employing a well-established Pickering company, Windcare Limited, with extensive UK operations, whose teams can service the replacement turbine in a much more timely manner than the French competition. Due to advances in technology, there will be a circa 60% increase in electricity generation over the existing turbine, and the application is connected using this existing grid connection. The planning application has been submitted with updated feasibility and environmental assessment work, and the use and location of the turbine has already been established. Moreover, there will be not any notable visual effects on the landscape over and above what already existed. The proposal meets all statutory and recommended standoff distances and limits, and as such will not affect the amenity of the neighbourhood. All statutory consultees have confirmed the proposal to be acceptable, and the scheme is supported in policy terms. Against the background of the conflict in Ukraine, which is likely to cause an estimated 7.8 million households in the UK to struggle with their energy bills, there is an urgent and immediate requirement for more renewables. In 2019, Rydal Council made a commitment to help achieve net zero emissions across the district by 2050. There is both national and local policy support to increase the amount of energy from renewable and low carbon technologies. In light of the information outlined, we therefore urge you to approve this application, as you have already done for the 2 identical turbines at Boythorpe. Thank you.
Right, thank you. We will go into debate. We don't have a member. Steve?
Thank you, Chair. I actually think I'm going to move for approval. I think this is a good thing. I think we should be doing more of this. I don't see any reasons why we should be objecting, but I do. I'm going to call out the claim that you can offset the community's carbon emissions, because that's just, you can't do it unless you have a PPA to the customers to do it. That's not a claim that they can actually make. That's the only point I'm going to make on this. And if it comes up again, you know, I could quite easily say, oh, I've got some renewable energy in my house and I'm offsetting my neighbour's carbon. I'm clearly not. It doesn't happen like that. And I think a bit more clarity needs to be put in that. That's the only thing I've really picked up in this. At all, to be honest, but I'm going to move for approval.
Right, thank you. Councillor Andrew.
Second it, Chairman. I'm not going to say anything.
Right, anybody else? Yes, Councillor Goodrick.
Thank you, Chairman. I am very concerned, sorry, but it's 50% bigger than what was there before, and without blades, it was difficult to see what it was going to do to the actual view across the landscape. So the blades are massively bigger than what was there before. We're sold and told that wind turbines have to offset the carbon footprint that they create when they make the damn things, and it's about 17 years. Well, clearly the one that went up has not got anywhere near offsetting its carbon footprint before it generated any electricity. And I am concerned about the cumulative impact on the worlds, and this is 50% bigger, so it'll come as no surprise. I won't be supporting it.
Right, thank you. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I do have concerns about the appearance of the of wind turbines. However, there is one already there. Admittedly, it's smaller, but the impact is there, and I believe, in fact, and this comes way to answer the question, I think, over the electricity generation, which is supposedly about the same as two smaller ones. There is a difference, and I hope people understand the difference between capacity and actual generation. And these are now the more modern, up-to-date, the latest generation of turbines, which are far more efficient in terms of ability to get somewhere near their actual capacity. Not only that, but the blade design has changed significantly, particularly in the last 4 or 5 years. Not only are they more efficient in terms of generation, but you can actually recycle them when they come to end of life. So I'll be happy to support this. In the report, it's quite clear that, admittedly, the existing turbine wasn't generating for a very long time, but whilst it was, there were no complaints. And so I think we can support this. It applies to all. It complies with all the guidelines and policies that we have to guide us, and there are no reasons why we should not support it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yeah, Steve.
Sorry, it's just sorry, Carolyn, to challenge what you just said about the lifespan of a wind turbine. Over a decade, you're looking at carbon reductions of 99% less than the coal-fired plant, 98% less than natural gas plant on equivalent scale of generation, and surprisingly 75% less than solar. So that it is fundamentally a lot less than the carbon footprint, even though the front loaded, I take that point. But this one was made, the one previous in 2010, completely different to what they are now.
I shall comment myself. There's also the cost involved, which is dramatically cheaper than fossil fuels and pretty much every other form of generation. I have to say that it does concern me that these things are set in a massive lump of concrete, and it's an awful shame when somebody says, oh, we've got to put another massive lump of concrete in instead. We can't use the existing one. But that's how it is. I think it's notable, but not surprising, unfortunately, that during an acute energy and price of energy crisis, a mere replacement onshore wind turbine requires a massive raft of statutory consultees, as we can all see from page 217. And even the fact that a wind turbine manufacturer can go bust is deeply concerning, irrespective of the nationality. So heaven help anyone wanting to erect a new turbine. So once again, government policy appears to be out of touch with reality, but in perfect alignment with fossil fuel multinationals. Now, I've been in close proximity to far bigger wind turbines than this one and barely heard anything other than a gentle thrum. And the previous turbine was the subject of no noise complaints, despite being active for several years. So it would appear, therefore, that the main concerns of objectors have little basis in fact, and there are certainly quite considerable protections in terms of the noise requirements or conditions that we're putting on this. So I have no problem whatsoever in supporting it. So unless anybody has any further comments, no, it's been approved. Sorry, it's been proposed, seconded, so we'll go to the vote. That is 5 in favour and 2 against. So that one is approved. We move on to item 13, land at Whitby Road, Pickering, on pages 289. I think that one's Alan's. Whiz on there. Yeah, Alan.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the application relates to a variation to a major housing development in Pickering. It's a development that's ongoing at the moment for 239 dwellings. The application is reported to committee due to the scale of the development and also due to objections received from local residents. A couple of updates to the report. There's been a further representation from one local resident that was included in the late pages circulated last week. And another minor addition is to the recommendation, and I'm proposing to include an informative to remind the developer of a local population of great crested newts in proximity of plot 136. And so the informative will relate to their obligations under the Wildlife and Countryside Act in respect of groundworks, excavation and removal of vegetation. So that would be added at the end of the proposed conditions. The application relates to a revised landscaping scheme, specifically in relation to the landscape buffer along the southern boundary adjacent to the existing properties on Corby Way and Marshall Drive, and also relating to the landscaping associated with the central area of public open space. The proposal also provides for the planting of native hedgerow on the edge of the public open space to replace hedgerow previously removed. The landscaping scheme is considered to be an improvement on what was previously approved, and the wording of the proposed condition contains more precision in terms of the height, maturity and timing of the planting. The Council's Tree and Landscape Officer is satisfied with the revised proposals, and it is considered that the scheme as amended addresses the concerns of the Town Council. In light of this, the application is recommended for approval. And if we can now move on to the slides that are in the presentation. Yeah, the first slide, aerial photo. The site has moved on somewhat since this aerial photo was taken, but the key areas have been highlighted. The existing properties on Corby Way and Marshall Drive, which back onto the southern boundary of the development site. I've also highlighted the position of Whitby Road to the west of the site, and also the landscape buffer strip, which runs along the entirety of that southern boundary. Also centrally within the southern part of the site, you can see an area which is the central public open space. So if we can move on to the next slide, please. So this photo's been taken on site and it's facing east across the public open space. So facing the new build properties. On the right hand side out of shot is the southern boundary and the existing properties on Corby Way and Marshall Drive. So yeah, this is showing the grassed area of public open space. The next slide, please. So this is panning round towards the southern boundary, Corby Way, which is predominantly bungalows that are on the right hand side beyond the site boundary. And you can also make out in this photo the bund which runs along the southern edge of the public open space. And the next slide, please. So this is on the other side of the area of public open space, and it's facing the southern boundary with Corby Way. And again, you can see the bund is visible there against the existing fencing. And the next slide, please. So this is facing west across the public open space, again showing the new build properties within the development site, and just showing the area of public open space. And in the foreground, you can also see some planting which has gone in. So the landscaping scheme, it's not been completed. Some has been implemented, but there's still more work to be done. And the next slide, please. This is facing along the bund at the southern edge of the public open space. So this was taken in summer. It's quite overgrown at the time, but there is a bund in place there at the moment. And the next slide, please. So this is taken at the southeast corner of the site, a grassed area beyond the new bungalows, and facing the properties of Marshall Drive. And the next slide, please. So this is facing along the actual area that's been created, that is the landscape buffer strip along the southern boundary. So it's been cleared, ready for planting to go in. That photo was taken as recently as last week. And the next photo, please. This one's just a close-up of that buffer strip that's shown on the plans. So on the left-hand side are the existing properties of Marshall Drive, and on the right-hand side is the back gardens of the new dwellings. And the next slide, please. And this is facing back along the buffer strip. This was taken in summer, actually, this one. So yeah, this is an area, the actual buffer strip itself will be closed off to the public. It'll be maintained by a management company, so it would have restricted access and it would be gated at either end. So yeah, so on this photo on the right hand side, it's the rear gardens of Marshall Drive, and the new houses on the left hand side. And I think there's maybe one more slide. Yeah, I think this is the last slide. So this has been taken from the existing property at 11 Marshall Drive. So this is taken from their rear garden facing plot 136. So it's just to illustrate the current situation. So within this area, you can obviously see the existing boundary fencing, and there would be the planting of native shrubs, and the trees would go in that buffer strip to provide an additional degree of screening in the interests of amenity and privacy. And I believe that's the final slide. So that concludes the presentation on that item. Thank you, Chair.
Have we got any on this one, Councillor Anne?
Alan, I may have missed something when I read this. I'm a bit mystified because I thought there was a condition on this development said that a landscaping scheme had to be agreed, and I can't quite understand why it's necessary back to this application. If the landscaping has been agreed, and I think what you're telling us is that we're talking about a change in the landscaping. First of all, what is the benefit to the developer? Is it a neutral benefit, or is it something the council has asked for? Could you explain, please?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Andrews. Yeah, there is background to this application. There has been some enforcement history with this site, and as you say, that there has been a scheme that has been approved under the terms of the existing condition. So what's before members at the moment is the outcome of meetings and site meetings with the developer and their agent to seek an improved scheme, which we felt required a variation to the actual wording of the condition. So going beyond what we would normally approve under the terms of an existing condition. So the scheme that we've reached an agreement on is tighter in terms of the precision of what we're agreeable to. So in terms of what our landscape officer is happy with, and we believe that in terms of the standard of the planting and the timing of the planting and the heights that will be required as part of the revised condition, that is an improvement above what was previously approved and would benefit both occupants of the properties on Marshall Drive and Corby Way, and also the occupants and future occupants of the new housing.
Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I'm referring, Alan, to the enforcement action and the hedges that have been removed. Could you, is there some way of indicating on, well, I'm looking at a plan on page 295. I wonder, could you explain where the hedges that have been removed that shouldn't have been removed, where they were, what the current enforcement action, what the position is, what the nature of the enforcement action is, the extent and nature, i.e. how big, and was it accidental, deliberate or negligent?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Cleary. I'll answer that as best I can. In terms of the plan that you refer to within the agenda, so that is obviously showing the proposed scheme or the amended landscaping scheme. So if you, in terms of the central area of open space, it's on the southern boundary, it's the large area that's shaded green, sort of almost semicircle area. So on the right hand side of that, there originally there was going to be a hedgerow that was retained. During the course of the development of the site, the majority of that hedgerow has been removed. There is a part of that hedgerow that remains on site, which is visible in the photos in the presentation. There isn't a lot of hedgerow left. So our enforcement officer has been involved with this, and it's involved site visits with the ecologist and the tree and landscape officer. So the proposal that's now in front of the council is sort of seeking to remedy that as best as possible, given that the damage has obviously been done already. So in terms of the views of the landscape officer and the ecologist, they're satisfied in terms of the planting, the compensatory planting that is now being secured to offset the previous actions. So yes, so in terms of the native hedgerow that would skirt the perimeter of the public open space, and also the native planting which has been enhanced along the southern boundary along the bund, the ecologist is satisfied. And then in terms of the ongoing concern about the protected species, that would be secured by advice to the developer, which from speaking to the enforcement officer, he has been providing regular advice to the workmen on site and the applicant to remind them of their obligations under the wildlife legislation.
Sorry, can I just come back? Have we established the nature of the breach? Was it deliberate, accidental or negligent?
I must admit, I wouldn't know, apart from the facts knowing that the hedge has been removed. I'm not sure if that's, I've not been involved directly in that, so I'm not sure what the reasoning was as to how that's occurred and how we're now in this position.
Thanks. Yeah. I know you can't. I just wonder where we are with the enforcement as to, you know, what's happened. I've pulled out hedges deliberately when it was legal, and you don't do it accidentally.
Right. Any more questions? Right. We have. Yep. Councillor Goodrick.
In view of the fact that they've removed a hedge that they shouldn't have removed, which was an established hedge, do we know what they're going to put back? I don't mean in terms of species, but in terms of size. Because if you're planting 2-foot high saplings, we're going to wait 10 years for them to grow up. So I would like what's put there is put back like for like. And I don't care about the expense. They've removed a hedge they shouldn't have removed. It's up to them to remedy it properly.
Yeah. Was that actually a question? Yeah. Yeah. Right.
The difficulty with reinstating a hedgerow is that hedgerows are, you know, they are grown because they're managed in the first instance, so they have to be properly lain as a hedge. So I think if it's to reinstate the hedgerow, we are we are back to, you know, very small plants that are laying properly as a hedge. I don't think you could develop it in the same way as if you were just planting established hawthorn trees.
My question is, obviously, there's a lot of biodiversity at the bottom of that hedge that was there before that's now been removed. Clearly, we don't have an idea because there was no baseline taken a few years ago. So again, it goes to my case of perhaps we should be taking baselines on everything we're doing from now on. But what Caroline's point is bang on. How do we establish this hedgerow again back to where the animal life was in this hedge? Because it's gone, basically. You know, it's a good question. Is how do you replace that without spending a lot more money? And I think that's what basically you're saying as well, isn't it?
Yeah, Councillor Thackeray.
Yes. I would like to know if the developer can replant the hedge in the same line as the existing hedge, put a wooden fence at one side and a wooden fence at the other to protect it, and then carry on as you were before.
The county ecologist is happy with the scheme that is proposed. Alan, I don't know whether you could take us through in some more detail about the section and the details for the section that's due to be reinstated, not the landscaping buffer to the south, because my understanding is that wasn't the bit of hedgerow that was supposed to be retained. It was the small stretch of hedgerow on the eastern side of the open space.
Yes, that's right, Jill. Yes. So in terms of the plan that's on page 295, it's the right hand side, the eastern side of that public open space. So it's a run of hedgerow which is sort of on a south-north axis that is to the west of plot 136. So the very last of the new dwellings on the southern boundary on the eastern side of the public open space, if that makes sense. So yeah, it's a stretch that goes up to where it meets the new road, and then it obviously curves around the perimeter of the public open space. Originally, the hedge, as far as I know, carried on upwards, but obviously that's in a northward direction. But obviously that's where the road is now. So yeah, so it's maybe not so much a reinstatement. It's a reinstatement of a section of what was there before, but because of the approved site layout, it wouldn't be possible to reinstate the entirety of that hedgerow. So in terms of the position of the tree officer and the ecologist, they're sort of happy from it in terms of almost a compensatory point of view, that the additional planting that's been included in this scheme is sufficient for them to be happy with it, essentially.
Lucky for the developer then.
Right, do we have any more questions? Okay. We will move.
It's a question. I think I've now found it because it's the ghost line that's a continuation of the line that we were talking about. I don't know how the original design or the design of the houses that are built, which I can't see. I can see where plot 136 is, and I can't read is it 161? Anyway, they're the ones that front the open space. I don't know how they would have been built with a hedge in place. Am I right in thinking that the existing hedge would have precluded the building of those houses? Well, they go across the front of each of the drives. There's 1, 2, 3, I think 4 drives.
Yes, Councillor Cleary. That in terms of, like you said, the old hedgerow is shown as that dotted line. I think it's almost purple. It's outlined in. But in terms of the scheme that was approved under this condition, I think back in 2018, 2019, it didn't change anything about the approved road and house layout. So the hedgerow would have just run to where the road is now, and then it would have curved round the public open space. So the areas that you're referring to, which is, like you said, the driveways on plots 158 up to about 162, it was never intended, it was never approved that hedgerow would still be in place when those houses and road is constructed. So it's only the section of the hedgerow that would go all the way along the eastern side of the public open space that they should have retained. But obviously there's only a small chunk of that left in the southeast corner.
Questions? Have no speakers on this one, so as it's Pickering, I shall head off on this one. I'd like to thank my colleague Councillor Cleary for raising this issue, because I recall an existing mature hedge protected by planning conditions in this exact location being accidentally removed contrary to that condition. And I take great exception to such preemptive actions, particularly by big developers who should know better, but clearly don't. I would have liked to see some robust enforcement, because I do recall raising this with the enforcement officer. That said, we are where we are, and this buffer strip is to be welcomed, and the minimum 2.5 height appears to be a sensible compromise according to responses by the town council and neighbours. So in view of the developer's approach to valid conditions, I would recommend that those neighbours monitor compliance very carefully. But I will move approval. Councillor Andrew.
Yes, Chair. I remember the meeting which granted planning consent for this land, which was allocated. But the things I objected to was the fact that it was a single access to over 200 new houses without any alternative access for emergency vehicles. And I thought that was wrong at the time, and I still think it's wrong. I think the developer could quite easily have acquired another plot along the road and have put in that second emergency access, but nevertheless they didn't, because they were interested in money, and it seems to be that money is what's been going on through this. If it suits the developer, they'll knock a thing down and then they'll sort it out, and they'll sort it out later. They don't seem to have any scruples about the way they do these things. But as you say, Chair, we have had enforcement action. The enforcement action has produced a compromise which is acceptable to the officers. I'm quite happy to go along with the officers' recommendation in this case, and I will therefore second it.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews. Any more for anyone? Yes, Councillor Cleary.
Yeah, I think the long and short of it is that we have a very clear officer recommendation. We've been told that there's betterment in terms of extra greenery, for want of a better word. I wonder what betterment the developer has got in terms of taking out the hedge as he's gone along. I'll support it because I think we're told there's betterment here, and I think it shows that this committee does care about what happens, and that we react to information that comes our way in terms of what happens that shouldn't happen. And whether you call it a shot across the bows, you know, we're looking at what is happening, and I'll leave it at that. But I'm glad that we're told there's going to be some betterment, so we can accept that.
Thank you. Councillor Goodrick.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I'll agree to it, but it's a fait accompli, isn't it, really? We've got no choice, really, and that really annoys me. These developers are lawyered up and policied up. They know what the rules are. They shouldn't be breaking them. It's disgraceful, and they should be absolutely ashamed of themselves.
I couldn't possibly comment. Oh, I did. Yeah. Councillor Mason.
It was so polite. I just think we've completely been shafted here. We had no choice. What can we do? You know, because oh no, let's not put green stuff in. It's ridiculous. I just wonder, can you ask them to take a baseline study of what it's like now, so we can see what improvement can come in the future when they actually put it in? Because it'd be nice to actually know if that what they're doing is making an improvement at all, because they don't seem to care.
Oh, that sounds like a question. Do we have any?
Well, we've got images of the buffer strip now, which is not planted up. We've got we don't have and we can't do a retrospective metric. Yeah, but I don't know the extent to which that covers all of the site, or was it just covers the specific bit, which is this application area. And I think we've got a very clear indication from the photographs that there's not a lot there in terms of anything on the southern boundary, or not a lot left of the section of hedgerow that was supposed to be retained. So I think we can say with some comfort that the landscaping scheme that's proposed here will result in improvements. It must do. It's planting.
Yeah, I agree. But we have a newt survey. They've been told there's newts here. They must have done the survey. If they've done the survey, they can see what improvements are made, because I'm pretty sure with that established hedgerow there, the newts would have used that corridor as a wildlife corridor. That's what they do. So if that's gone, then the newt population would have been impacted. So we have a survey. So why can't they keep monitoring the newts and help to improve biodiversity in the area by making sure there's more fauna and flora there to help with the newts? It's not hard. It really isn't hard.
Can I ask a question, Chair? Is Steve proposing an amendment? Because if he is proposing an amendment, that there should be a monitoring of some kind, whatever he proposes. I'll support him. That's seconded, Chair.
Yep, I can approve of that as well. I think we'll take that as an additional condition. Is that okay?
I think you have to vote on it first, Chair, before you put the whole thing up to the vote.
Right. Well, in that case, we have an amendment to add a presumably baseline monitoring of biodiversity. I think we probably need to be a bit more specific there. Yeah. Yeah.
Within the area covered by the application.
Right. Well, in that case, we will vote on that amendment. Surprised to find that's unanimous. We will therefore move to the substantive that's been proposed and seconded for approval. Okay, that is 6 in favour with 1 abstention. So that is approved. And we move on to item number 14, Cherrygarth, Page Lane, Wombleton, on page 300. Can't remember who that is. Oh, this is Ellie. Good heavens, you've been waiting all night for your slot.
Thank you, Chairman. Members, this application seeks permission for the erection of a detached carport structure. The site is located on Page Lane in Wombleton. It's located within the Wombleton Conservation Area and in close proximity to a Grade 2 listed building. Just to provide some updates to members, I understand that the summary of representations on the first page of the report was left blank. I apologise for this. I'm not sure why the system didn't pull them through, and I didn't spot them before the agenda was published. However, please be assured that all representations have been considered and summarised within the full representation section on the report on pages 301 to 302. Further to this, the report also refers to the proposed building having a rosemary tile roof. However, this is an error. It is actually proposed to have a clay pan tile roof. Members will be aware from the report that the Building Conservation Officer has been consulted on this application and has objected to the proposed development. Their comments are included in full in the officer's report. However, in summary, they have identified harm to the character and appearance of the conservation area by virtue of the siting of the structure, which is forward of the dwelling and the established building line in this location, which is considered to be contrary to the pattern and grain of development in this area. The Building Conservation Officer has also identified harm to the setting of the Grade 2 listed building by the proposed introduction of a new permanent built structure in a soft green garden setting, which is considered to challenge the hierarchy and visual dominance of the listed building, which contributes to its significance. We have received several letters of support from occupiers of neighbouring properties and third parties, and which are summarised in the officer's report, and the Parish Council have raised no objections to the proposed development. However, none of the letters of support directly address the harm which has been identified to the two designated heritage assets. Just as an additional update, we have received a further statement this morning from the applicant's agent, which can be found on members' desks. I won't read out the whole thing, but the statement argues that the public benefit of the proposal includes the economic and socio-economic benefits to the wider area, including the applicant investing in the area and the continued use of the site as a residential dwelling. It also argues that the proposed development won't impact the listed building and will retain traditional features such as the deep garden space and clear views of the listed building. I think these issues have really been addressed in the officer's report, but just to reiterate, it's not considered that a carport is required to ensure that the application site will remain in residential use. So I'll just run through some of the photos. So this is an aerial view of the site outlined in red. So it's located on Page Lane, just at the bend with Flats Lane. I've also outlined on that image, although I don't think it's particularly clear from this distance, the listed building just to the north of the site, which is I've tried to outline with a dotted yellow line on this image. And this is another aerial image of the site. So I talk a lot in the report about the pattern of development in Wombleton and the established building line along Page Lane. So what I've tried to do with this image is sort of draw that on just so it's clear, although it isn't to scale. So again, the listed building is outlined in yellow in its position sort of right up against the highway. The blue line there has been drawn along the building line along Page Lane. So you can see that all of the dwellings along Page Lane are on the left-hand side of that line, and that to the right of that line, the spaces are all very green and they are generally sort of front garden green spaces. There are no permanent structures within those spaces along this thoroughfare. The red outline that you can see there is just provided to give an indication of the proposed location of the carport within the application site. So this is the front of the site as mentioned in the report. The property has recently been significantly remodelled. However, it is still sited at the back of the site behind a deep front garden space. So the general character of the front of the site has been retained. So this image is available for members on page 328 of your agendas. However, the applicant's agent has just asked me to include it as part of the presentation as well. So effectively, this is a sort of virtual mock-up of the proposal. I'm not sure if it is to scale, but the proposed block plan on page 308 of the agenda indicates that the carport would have a depth that's sort of roughly in line with the centre of the porch, which is on the front of the dwelling. So I would ask members just to bear in mind that this is just a mock-up image of what is proposed. So this is just an image taken from within the site looking back towards the highway. So you can see sort of on the left-hand side above the hedge there, that's the gable and the part of the roofscape of the listed building. And then this is, again, a very similar image, but it's just been taken with a wide angle lens. So it is ever so slightly distorted, but hopefully it'll give you an idea of the proportions of the site and the depth of the space. So this is taken from the path on the opposite side of the highway from the site. Effectively, this is very similar to the mock-up image that we've just seen, although it doesn't have anything superimposed on it, just to sort of show members how the site currently looks. So it is very soft and green. The dwelling's set back at the back of sites. With the listed building, which is the building on the right-hand side of the image there, set much further forward. So this is just to provide a bit of context. This is a close-up of the listed building. It's currently the village hall, but was built originally as the National School. So it's a grade 2 listed building. It is slightly unusual for a sort of rural farm village context. It is quite decorative, and that does sort of help to demarcate it as quite a high status building in this area. And then this just shows the listed building in its context. As you can see, it's sort of situated right up against the roadside, and that's unlike any other building in this area. So you can just about see some of the greenery at the front of the application site and how there is a lot of greenery as you look towards the back of the image, back down towards Page Lane. Oops, sorry. So this image takes us right down to the sort of towards the southern end of Page Lane. I'm just trying to give members a feel for the area. So the dwellings sort of at the southern end of Page Lane are slightly closer to the highway. However, they are still set back behind sort of green spaces. So this is us moving back up towards Page Lane, towards the application site. So hopefully members can appreciate from sort of this image and the previous image that Page Lane is very much still a lane. It retains that very tranquil sort of historic back lane sense of place, despite the fact that it has been developed. And that really is down to the sort of pattern of development and the buildings being set back from the highway behind these green spaces. So this is taken from the junction of Page Lane and Flats Lane, and I think it's probably one of the key viewpoints of the site, particularly when we talk about the impact of the development on the proposed development on the setting of the listed building. So as it stands, as you approach that junction or round this corner, the listed building is the first building that you see. There's nothing, it is very prominent, and there's no other structures that would draw your eye away from it. And this is just an ever so slightly different image, as though we're sort of approaching the bend from in Flats Lane. As you can appreciate, the site is located in quite a strategic position, sort of when entering the village from these two thoroughfares. So the application site is just quite central within that image, the sort of green space to the right of the post there in the middle. And I think that's the last image. It's not there. Yeah, that's the last image anyway. So outlined within the officer's report, it is considered that the proposed development will result in harm to the character and appearance of the Wombleton Conservation Area and the setting and therefore significance of the Grade 2 listed building. Policy SB 12 states that proposals which would result in less than substantial harm will only be agreed where the public benefit of the proposal is considered to outweigh the harm and the extent of harm to the asset. Paragraph 200 of the MPPF states that any harm to or loss of the significance of a designated heritage asset should require clear and convincing justification. This proposal is for a privately owned domestic carport, and as such, no public benefits which could outweigh the harm to the heritage assets that have been identified. On this basis, with regard to both local and national planning policy and national legislation, the recommendation is one of refusal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ellie. Have we got any questions? Yes, Councillor Mason.
Just observation, really. If this was connected to the house, will we be discussing it?
I think, well, I think the potentially, yes. I think it depends on how far forward it projects.
It's all there,
Really.
all
I think
about.
that's the one of the key concerns that the conservation officer has. It's where it is in relation to the main street.
Councillor Thackeray.
Yeah, could you just confirm, please? Permitted development, 4.4 metres to the ridge, 2.5 metres to the eaves, certain distance away from the boundary. Why are we bothering?
Well, it's forward of the main dwelling, so my.
Well, I don't think that matters. If you want to build a shed in your front garden, who's
in a
going to stop you?
conservation area. I don't
Well,
think
you know,
that
if you
there
look
are
at the
any
look at the
permitted
look at the dwelling,
developments
Steve's
to be
alluded to this.
available.
Look at the dwelling, the Falkenberg. That sticks out beyond roughly the scale of the garage. Honest to goodness, I'm sorry, but this.
I think the area
Given
the pattern of development very clearly.
Given the bombs raining down on Ukraine, and we're talking about the harm that one garage to one person is going to do, I find it embarrassing to sit here, frankly.
Sorry, it's not the harm to an individual; it's the harm to designated heritage assets, which this local planning authority needs to be mindful of, and that's the basis on which it needs to consider the application.
Well, I dispute the harm.
Any more questions? No. Right. Well, we have a speaker on this, which is, well, we have two speakers rather. First, the supporter, Mr. Martin Chu. If you could press the button, that big button at the front, and you've got 3 minutes, and I'll give you a warning after 30 seconds.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I've watched Mr. and Mrs. Dodson transform Cherry Garth from an old concrete bungalow to a lovely country-style home, which fits perfectly into the conservation area of Wombleton. However, it does lack the amenities of any kind of storage or car parking, which is essential to modern living. I've seen the computer-generated images of their proposal and can find no fault in their design. It's a brick plinth course and timber cladding. It's in keeping with a house that's been sympathetically modified to styles of cart sheds found throughout Rydale. I have read the Building Conservation Officer's report and cannot see how the design detracts from the dominance of the village hall, given that the proposed carport is set back approximately 7 metres from the road and 15 metres away from the village hall, which is built up right up to the footpath, and especially given their neighbour's garden separates the two. This neighbour's garden has a very large hedge, and substantial tree located between the village hall and the plot of Cherry Garth. When walking down Page Lane, the car park would only be visible once past the village hall. And I would say you are more likely to notice the bright green defibrillator and the red post box, which are both mounted to the village hall extension, which I might add is part of a hall which faces Cherry Garth and is said on the Historic England website to have no special interest. As a resident of Wimbledon, it is a pleasure to walk past Cherry Garth. It is the only garden near the village hall whose view is not cut off by a large hedge and trees. The couple have set back their proposed carport to preserve the garden space to the front and means their cars, which are currently parked in front of the house, can be parked out of sight. The carport will, in fact, I think, add to the overall roadside appearance of the plot and help the character of the property. And as being able to park your car and being able to make access onto Page Lane just past that bend in a forward manner rather than reversing out between quite tall hedges, I wouldn't think it would be safe. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have the applicant, Mr. Alex Dodson. I think you know the instructions by now.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Right. As you can see, we've got several supporters for the carport. Two of them are our immediate neighbours. You'll see from the comments the property renovation is recognised as an asset to the village. We originally applied for planning for the carport alongside planning with the house last year, but were told that the conservation officer was in objection. At this time, we could not financially afford to further delay the project, which made the difficult decision to remove the carport and focus solely on the residents. It was always our intention to reapply. Throughout each of our planning applications, we have made every effort to work with both the planner and conservation officer. At the time, we invited the conservation officer on site to discuss this project, and we were met with a firm no. The prominent reason for the objection in the report is that it would challenge the dominance of the listed building in the street scene, reference to Page Lane and Flatch Lane Junction. We provided a visual representation to the planners, which shows the view from the corner of the carport in situ. The view of the village hall is uninterrupted. Surrounding the village hall, as direct neighbours, there are two newly built properties, both with garages. On the south side of the property, the village hall, there are two extensions which are not included in the grade 2 listing. Directly opposite the village hall, there's an extension there which is glass fronted and used as a hairdresser's. With development allowed on every adjoining side, it makes it difficult for us to understand the objection. Following the original comments of the building conservation officer, the car park is set back from the road 7 metres to preserve the village hall dominance, while preserving the green space and well-established plants and shrubs in our garden. We have proposed to replace the tarmac car park area on our drive with grass, therefore replacing one green space with another. A mature tree to the front of the house prevents us from moving the carport closer to the house. The hipped roof of the proposed carport was done in an effort to make the building smaller in size and less impactful. This is not alien to the village as described in the report, as it mirrors the roof of the bus stop less than a minute's walk away on the main street. We have also reduced the height of the ridgeline to keep the ridge below that of the side extensions of the village hall, thus making it less dominant. The BCO has stated that there is a strong building line along Page Lane, but there is not. From the north corner of Page Lane, moving south, the first 3 properties are built up onto the road. The next 3 are set back slightly to allow car parking. Then the village hall again is on the footpath. Homewood, our neighbour, has a large front garden with a brick-built garage, which is sited forward of their main building. Our house, Cherry Garth, is set back even further. This staggered position of properties continues as you travel south down Page Lane. Therefore, our proposed car park is in no way contrary to any sort of building line that simply does not exist. In summary, we have created a beautiful house. Please allow us to complement it with a beautiful carport. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Mr. Dodson. Right, we will go into debate, and again, this is Snowy's area. Do you want to comment, Steve, or isn't it? All right. All right.
No, it's not in Snowy's patch. I know Sarah quite well, actually. It was only a few weeks ago I was listening to a very good singer in the village hall. But I do, however, think that this does, looking at the plan here in front of it, this seems to stick out a long way. And I don't think it'll detract from the village hall, because the village hall is quite dominant anyway. But I do think, looking at where it is, I think it's too far forward from the line of the building. So I'm very tempted to say I don't agree with it.
Okay, anybody, I presume you don't want to move the officer's recommendation? Hang on a minute. No. Steve?
No, well,
Right, okay. Right, any more?
Sorry, could you just clarify what Councillor Arnold said he wouldn't do? Oh. Oh, it's nearly Christmas as well, you know. Would it be possible for us to suggest to the applicant that he moves it a little bit further towards his house?
We have the plan in front of us. I don't think the conservation officer would change her opinion if it was a bit nearer the house. But that's.
Well, we can disagree with the conservation officer to our heart's content.
Yeah, Jill?
Yes, but I would suggest that if you're asking for the scheme to be revised, you could at least get the conservation areas, conservation officer's view on it. I think, like I've said before, this is the application that's in front of us. This is what you've been asked to determine.
Councillor Andrews.
Chair, I mean, I like Councillor Arnold. I'm in two minds about this because I think conservation areas are tremendously important, and I think it's terribly important that we do actually make sure that they're properly policed and properly enforced. But on the other hand, I've seen that building line, and it is a rather peculiar building line, and I think it's been sort of drawn on. The village was never designed like that. It's simply something which has evolved, and I'm not quite sure it has evolved as straight or as intentionally as the conservation officer would suggest. I don't think I can make a decision on this unless I actually see the site, Chair. I'm just wondering if the best thing to do would be to have a site visit with the conservation officer with us. So I would propose a site visit if somebody will second that.
Right, we've had that proposed and seconded, so we might as well go to the vote on that one. Right, that's 6 votes for and 1 abstention, so we will have a site visit. Right. That moves us on to item number 15, Blacksmith's Cottage, Braygate Street, Swinton, on page 340, which is Alan's again.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this application is to be determined by Planning Committee as it's subject to an objection from the Parish Council. Just a couple of updates to the report, or since the publication of the report. First of all, just to flag up a typo on page 344. There's the paragraph that lists the properties which have been sold, which I've incorrectly listed the property, the subject of this application. So where it says 4C, it should actually read 4B. And also just to flag up that the estate agent involved on behalf of the applicant has provided a short supplementary market report. So the members should have access to a letter from Ralphwaite and Woodhead, which details the further interest since the application was submitted. And as you can see, that relates to two parties have had interest although neither have either complied with the occupancy restriction or have progressed to an offer or a sale. So the application relates to a local occupancy dwelling, which was included in the decision to approve the redevelopment of Home Farm, Swinton Grange. If the local occupancy restriction is lifted, the property will be sold on the open market without any eligibility criteria. The application is accompanied by a marketing report detailing the interest, the viewings and the offers on the property, and the property has been marketed for a price agreed with the LPA and for a reasonable period of time. The LPA is satisfied with the approach to marketing of the property, and the documentary evidence submitted in support of the application demonstrates a robust marketing exercise has been conducted to test local demand. It is evident that the dwelling is capable of permanent residential occupancy, and the local planning authority does not want to prevent the ability of a dwelling to be occupied. In conclusion, it's recommended that on balance, the local occupancy condition is removed in this case. I'll now move to the presentation. We've got a handful of slides for this particular cottage. So the first slide is the aerial photo of the redevelopment of Home Farm. So it's the main complex of units. There would actually be 5 units that are formed within this area, and members will recall that there was the request and then subsequently the condition that required that Unit 4C was made available to meet local need. So the position of that unit is highlighted on the aerial photo. So moving on to the next slide. This is a photo of the dwelling. The barn has converted. So this is looking at the front elevation on the western side, and obviously the parking and turning area and the front garden that serves this property. And moving on to the next slide, please. So this is on the other side of the dwelling. So this is the east rear elevation. So this is the internal courtyard gardens that are associated with the property. And moving on to the next slide, please. Again, back to the front of the dwelling, just another angle, actually facing back towards Braygate Street, just showing the front garden and the parking and turning area to the front of the property. And the next slide, I think the final slide as well, just the rear courtyard, again, just going back to the eastern side of the outdoor space that's associated with the cottage itself. And I believe that'll be the last. Yep, that's the last slide in that presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alan.
Thanks. The imposition of the local needs occupancy clause in the first place, was that an original clause as part of the report, or was this added in as a part of debate when it came before the committee?
Thank you, Councillor Cleary. This was the item was originally reported to committee with a recommendation for approval for no local occupancy dwellings. And then, if members recall, it was then subsequently deferred for the question to be asked of the applicant if one could be provided, and which at the next committee it was agreed that condition that refers to Unit 4C would be imposed.
Yeah, my question relates to the local authority being satisfied with regard to the marketing of the property. Did we? It's been marketed for £585,000, I think, and then changed, went down to £550,000. Did this council take advice as to what the value of this property would have been from another valuer other than the applicant's valuer? And following that, I'd like to know sort of how many bedrooms, entertainment rooms, dining rooms and kitchens, etc. are actually in this building.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Andrews. In terms of the agreed valuation, there was an exchange of correspondence, I suppose a pre-app, where the applicant spoke to officers at the council and the head of planning, and provided valuations from 2 estate agents, and they set out the what they propose to market the property at, and also the timescales for any reduction during the marketing exercise if it hadn't been sold. So we were satisfied with what they proposed and what they provided on the basis of two estate agents' independent valuations. Then in terms of the report within in terms of the dwelling itself, it's described within the site description, I believe, of the report. So the 3rd paragraph within the site description on page 340, there's a summary of the extent of the accommodation that comprises the cottage. But yes, it's a 2-bedroom cottage.
Just coming back on that, Alan, but paid the valuers, council, the applicant.
I think I caught that question. Was it to do with who paid the?
Who paid for the valuers and who instructed the valuers? It's Neco on the phone. Is somebody else?
Yeah, no, I've picked that up. Thank you, Councillor Andrews. Yeah, in terms of the valuations, they were provided by the applicant.
So the applicant paid for the valuation, and the applicant instructed the valuers. Yes.
Yes. As far as the council hasn't paid. Yes.
I took a close interest in this at the time, and I've taken a close interest in it since. I think there's a missing piece of information here, and Alan, if you can confirm, prior to us accepting or approving the development, with the inclusion of this Unit 4C as a local needs occupancy dwelling, the applicant went away and did a project viability study, a copy of which I have at home, unfortunately. I didn't realize it was going to be needed tonight. So there is another figure missing from our assessment. There is the figure that was presented to the council, a confidential document, needless to say, that listed Unit 4C at X £1,000 sale value in order to present the overall viability study, if people are following my logic here. Without knowing that figure, we don't actually know what the applicant developer said that he was going to sell this property for, and was accepted by this council as a viability study. So none of us know whether or not the 580,000 reflects in any shape or form the figures in the viability study. So I don't know if anybody else can see where this is heading. I think we need to refer back to the viability study just to find out. Not only the viability study, of course, the viability study also tells you the cost of building this unit, and it tells you the estimated or the approximate sale value to arrive at an overall profit margin for the developer. What would make a very interesting exercise for this council is to revisit that viability study and see what the sale values of these properties have been, and also see what the expressed sale value, projected sale value of Unit 4C was, according to the viability study, that led to the approval of this development by Rydal District Council in the first place. So, question would be, can we all revisit the viability study and look at the facts and figures?
Alan, I don't know whether you have the figure that was in the viability study or not to hand. I don't.
No, I don't. No, I mean, as part of this submission, there hasn't been sort of reference back to the viability. I know originally the viability was focusing on whether it was possible to achieve local occupancy and whether it was viable to restore the heritage asset on that basis. So yeah, the viability hasn't really sort of come into the consideration in this particular request to remove the local occupancy for this one dwelling.
Councillor Cleave. I think we're still in question, so I'll try and phrase it as a question. Would it be more appropriate to actually try and clear through viability studies, imagined figures, and actually cut to the chase? The actual question is, we have an existing building which has been marketed and which is being, the marketing of which, or the sale of which, is being stymied by the local occupancy clause, which was not an original condition but was put in at some point during debate, the original debate. I believe the question is, can we actually look at the question in front of us that we have to, that it is unsaleable with the local occupancy clause, which should not have been imposed in the first place? That's the question. We're trying to make things a bit more difficult than they really are.
Could I just ask another question? On that basis, Councillor Cleary, are you suggesting that no local occupancy condition should have been imposed at any point in time? Or are you just singling this one out for good measure?
I'm not actually. I wasn't, when it was deferred, I was absent and I would have argued against it. Local occupancy clause are in debate as a general subject. This was not originally, no, it wasn't. It was imposed as part of the debate. We're getting into debate here. We're getting confused, and we should cut to keep it simple. It's not marketable as it is.
To that, I would add that the developer agreed to the local needs occupancy clause. Councillor Goodrick.
Thank you, Chairman. I do remember this very well, and it was argued quite firmly that there should be a dwelling with local needs occupancy on it. The question I've got to ask is, it was deferred, I believe, and we went back, the developer came back to us and said he could do it, and so therefore the condition was properly attached. Why is it now not feasible? What has changed that's made this unit unviable? Because I tell you what, looking at what the price is and the 2 bedrooms, it's not feasible to sell this property at that kind of money. But why did the developer believe he could deliver it? Or was he just being polite and saying, yes, I'll deliver it, knowing you would come back and ask for it to be removed?
Being polite is an interesting way of putting it. Does anybody want to answer that question?
I haven't got an answer for it. I'd need to go back to the original what was put in the original viability report. We found some documentation that has valuations for the property and a description of the space in the property that was with or without the local needs occupancy condition, and that's dated September 21. But I don't know, I don't have the viability study to hand.
Chair, it just seems to me that we're in a situation.
Yeah, Councillor Mason.
Well, page 365 lists the people that have shown an interest in the property, and that documents where that interest is waned as a result of the local needs occupancy. I don't know whether, Alan, there was anything else that that you can add to that.
I'm sorry, Jill, I didn't actually, the question didn't come through. I didn't hear what was asked there.
Yeah, sorry, Alan, I just didn't put the microphone on. It's just whether the two offers that were accepted fell through because of the local needs occupancy. So, yeah, okay, that's fine. I'm looking at the document now, so I've got the answer here.
Right. Okay.
Yes, I believe a number of them inquiries fell through because they didn't comply, but the two that were actually interested were valid local people. Right, have we got any more questions? No, right, well, we have a speaker on this, the applicant, Mr. Richard Bales. I think you've heard the instructions several times.
Thank you, Chair. There isn't any point in me going through any of the information that you've already discussed, or that Alan Goforth has done in explaining the marketing, the offers, the difficulty with mortgage, the mortgage market, and are struggling with the restrictive amount that the present local occupancy policy inflicts on, in practice, on selling this property. Nor would I wish to diverge away from his recommendation for approval. I'm really here just to answer any questions the committee might have, if that's possible. Thank you.
Yeah, it's not really possible to answer questions in that way, but hopefully. Well, if anybody's got any questions for the yeah, Councillor Wales.
I'm going to get to the actual clause itself in a minute. It says here in 21st of April, offer was made 546, but was rejected. Was that because of the local needs occupancy clause? It was rejected when it had an offer of 546 on it, or was that from someone local? I'm just trying to get to the bottom of the stupidity of our local needs occupancy clause, to be honest. But
Right, I think. Right, thank you. Yeah, I think we've had plenty of debate on local needs occupancy clause. No, right, I think we will be going into debate now. Right.
Do
Councillor
have one
Andrews,
other
please.
question, Chair, and that is, there's reference to the mortgage ability to mortgage a property which is subject to a local needs occupancy clause. I thought we had an amended condition which dealt with that and gave the mortgagee some security in the event in the event that the local needs occupancy condition was not acceptable to the mortgage company. Is that not correct?
We have in the past amended the condition to include like a mortgagee in possession clause that has satisfied some lenders. It may not satisfy all lenders that some people have access to.
Why has it not? Why could it not satisfy the lenders that we are concerned that this applicant is concerned with?
I can't answer that question. I don't know. I don't know.
Right, okay, we will move to debate. Is this your area, Steve?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I think this is it was actually me who asked for the local needs occupancy to be put on. I think at the time, 2019, this got approved, didn't it, in the end? So it was pre-COVID, pre everything else. I think what we were trying to do at the time was the right thing to do. The examples that have been given tonight, the cost of materials, the price, yeah, I know full well how much building materials are going up in price, labour's going up in price, everything else. I think this just goes to show how, I can't think of the right word, but our local occupancy needs clause is just not fit for purpose. It really isn't. It puts these restrictions on, and I can understand the mortgages being a problem now, even more so as we get into this period as well. You know, and the area qualifications has just been highlighted massively here. You know, if he's had offers from Whitwell, he's had offers from other areas, and for me, it just seems time to completely revisit the local needs occupancy and, well, remove it, to be honest, and let some smaller builders in the area actually develop some smaller plots as well. So I'm going to move for approval straight away. So.
Anybody else wish to comment? Councillor Andrews?
Yeah, Chair. I mean, what I am concerned about is, I mean, you all know my views about the local needs occupancy condition. I've been saying it's rubbish for years. But if we give way on this one, shouldn't we be giving way on all the others? And I honestly think that, I mean, if this is a deserving case, then so is every other property which is subject to local needs occupancy condition a deserving case, and it ought to be, we ought to just simply decide here and now that in future, if people are bringing forward applications of this kind,